second session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Ronald De La Rosa will lead the chamber in prayer.
Let us bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. As we commence today's session, we thank you, Lord, for another day of service and implore your divine wisdom, direction, and guidance in the task that we are about to undertake. We thank you, Lord, for the peaceful and successful conduct of the recent national and local elections, and seek your blessings for our duly elected leaders who will soon take the reins of government. We ask for your divine presence and enlightenment as our government goes through the transition process and continues with its journey of service to our country and people with greater wisdom, enthusiasm, and resolve. Let unity reign among our countrymen once more, as we now discard political colors and focus our efforts on bringing our beloved nation to greater heights of peace, development, and progress. Lord, we ask you to keep embracing our nation with your healing hands as we continue to address the COVID-19 pandemic and provide our countrymen with the best health care services that they deserve. Lord, bless every member of the Senate as we endeavor to find ways to serve better and to make life richer, healthier, and happier for every Filipino. We offer this day and all the days of our service for your greater glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 41st session, Monday, May 30, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
Before we approve the journal, just for the record, Senator Richard Gordon was here yesterday before the adjournment. He sent me a note that he was upstairs. But nevertheless, just for the record.
Thank you very much.
Any objection? Chair, he's none. The journal is approved.
Mr. President, let's take up, we have 25 bills for third reading. Let's bypass first the reference to business and take that up a bit later. Mr. President, may I make a request with the permission of our colleagues that since these are local bills anyways, can we just do what we did the last time? Basically, just say all the names. If there's any of those who object to the local bill, we just stand up and say, no, we object on this local bill. But without them having to say yes or no, it's considered. If they don't have any manifestation, that is a yes, Mr. President. If that
All right.
it will hasten the proceedings.
Traditionally, that practice is done
Yes, Mr.
every now and then when there are local bills that are non-controversial.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if we may proceed, Mr. President, I move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10242.
And all these bills, Majority
All
Leader, have been
Electronically
transmitted?
transmitted. Yes, Mr. President, on May 26, 2022, complying with the
Thereby
constitutional requirement
of the
the
three-day rule.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. So
Yes, sir.
the motion is to
Approve on third
pass on
reading.
approve on third reading, 10-242.
102.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 10242, an act converting the Governor Celestino Gallares Memorial Hospital in the city of Tagbilaran, province of Bohol, to the Governor Celestino Gallares Multi-Specialty Medical Complex and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
17. 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 10242 is approved on the third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the third reading House Bill number 8197.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 8917, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Dr. Serapio B. Montaner Jr. Memorial Hospital, the Municipality of Malabang, Province of Lanao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De La Rosa, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8197 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10254.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 10254, an act establishing in the Municipality of Liloan, Province of Cebu, a children's hospital to be known as the Liloan Children's Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10254 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10297.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 10297, an act establishing in the Municipality of Calibo, Province of Aklan, a geriatric medical center to be known as the Aklan Geriatric Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10297 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 9537.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 9537, an act establishing the City of Tagaytay, Province of Cavite, a general hospital to be known as the Isaac Tolentino Memorial Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9537 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wonder how Isaac Tolentino is related to Senator Francis.
Tagaytay?
Baka tatay si
Obviously.
Father? Is that father? Okay. Father, according to our distinguished
All
minority
right.
floor leader. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 8888. Lucky eight, huh? This is not the franchise, but just 4 eights.
Yes.
888.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8888, an act establishing in the municipality of Don Marcelino, province of Davao Occidental, a community hospital to be known as the Lamidan Community Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8888 is approved on third reading.
I move to approve as well, Mr. President, House Bill number 8890 for third reading.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8890, an act establishing in the municipality of Abad Santos, province of Davao Occidental, a community hospital to be known as the Nuing Community Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8890 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8254.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8254, an act establishing in the city of Panabo, province of Davao del Norte, a district hospital to be known as the Panabo City District Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8254 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10180.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10180, an act increasing the bed capacity at the Governor Faustino N.D. Sr. Memorial Hospital in the city of Ilagan, province of Isabela, from 100 to 500 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10180 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve the third reading House Bill number 7973.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 7973, an act upgrading the Lipa City District Hospital, the city of Lipa, province of Batangas, into a level 2 hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, 7973 is approved on third reading.
Congratulations are in order to Ma'am Vilma Santos Recto. Yes, the better half of our Senator Recto. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 10179.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct roll call vote.
House Bill number 10179, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Concepcion District Hospital in the Municipality of Concepcion, Province of Tarlac from 50 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 10179 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10463.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10463, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Teresita Lopez Halandoni Provincial Hospital in the city of Silay, province of Negros Occidental, from 100 to 300 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 10463 is approved on third reading.
Move to approve as well, Mr. President, House Bill number 9779.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 9779, an act converting the Oriental Mindoro Central District Hospital in the Municipality of Pinamalayan, Province of Oriental Mindoro, into a provincial hospital to be known as the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9779 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10376.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10376, an act upgrading the Orani District Hospital in the Municipality of Orani, Province of Bataan, into a Level 2 General Hospital to be known as the Antonio Tony P. Roman Memorial Hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 50 to 200 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10376 approved on third reading.
Move to approve, Mr. President, on third reading House Bill number 10248.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10248, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Unayan Municipal Hospital, the Municipality of Binidayan, Province of Lanao del Sur, from 10 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 10248 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10247.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10247, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Balindong District Hospital in the municipality of Huato, Balindong, province of Lanao del Sur, from 10 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 15 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10247 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 10014.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 10014, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Eastern Pangasinan District Hospital in the municipality of Tayug, province of Pangasinan, from 150 to 250 and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 15 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 10014 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 7972.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 7972, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Laurel Memorial District Hospital in the city of Tanawan, province of Batangas, from 25 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
If 15 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 7972 is approved on third reading.
Move to approve on third reading, Mr. President, House Bill number 8190.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8190, an act increasing the bed capacity of Ilocos Sur District Hospital, Masingal, in the municipality of Masingal, province of Ilocos Sur, from 25 beds to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8190 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8191.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8191, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Mangatarem District Hospital in the municipality of Mangatarem, province of Pangasinan, from 25 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8191 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8192.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8192, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Congressman Natalio P. Castillo Sr. Memorial Hospital in the municipality of Loon, province of Bohol, from 25 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8192 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8193.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8193, an act upgrading the Novaliches District Hospital in Barangay Bartolome, Quezon City into a Level 2 hospital and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
Is the committee sure that this is Barangay Bartolome and not Barangay San Bartolome? Nevertheless, with 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8193 is approved on third reading. I think the committee should take a look at the House version anyway. This is a third reading bill.
Yes, Mr. President.
ahead.
Maybe we can ask the chairperson later when he steps back into the room, Senator Bongo. Mr. President, moving forward, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8194. Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8194, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Rojas District Hospital in the municipality of Rojas, province of Oriental Mindoro, from 50 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8194 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, move to approve on third reading House Bill number 8226.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8226, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Martin Marasigan Memorial Hospital in the municipality of Cuenca, province of Batangas, from 25 to 80 beds and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8226 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, finally, I move to approve on third reading House Bill number 9302.
Secretary will read the title of the measure, conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 9302, an act increasing the bed capacity of the Lingayen District Hospital in the Municipality of Lingayen, Province of Pangasinan, from 60 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano, Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III, Senator Poe, Senator Recto, Senator Revilla Jr., Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 9302 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Committee Report Number 646. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Committee Report Number 646. Ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure as 646 is considered.
Committee Report Number 646, Investigation in Aid of Legislation on the Rising Number of Missing Persons Allegedly Involved in Sabong and e-Sabong related incidents based on news reports.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Security, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Today, your Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs respectfully submits Committee Report Number 646 on the investigation in aid of legislation and in the exercise of its oversight function on the rising number of missing persons allegedly involved in Sabong and e-Sabong related incidents. The past 2 years brought uncertainty around the world. Who would have thought that we should ever live during a pandemic, one which forced every single person to stay within the four corners of their homes? Hindi rin kaila na marami sa ating mga kababayan ang nawalan ng trabaho. Maraming mga negosyo ang nagsara. Ngunit kasabay nito na mayagpag ang makabagong teknolohiya na nagbigay daan para sa ating mga kababayan na magkaroon ng kabuhayan sa mga makabagong paraan tulad ng live selling, online food and delivery services, at iba pa. Naging malawak din ang paggamit ng money transfer facilities at digital banking sa panahon na ito. In fact, Mr. President, the advancement of digital technology even reached the gambling industry, one of which is what we call e-Sabong or online cockfighting. Ang sabong, anuman ang opinyon at pagtingin ng bawat isa sa atin, ay maituturing na bahagi na ng ating kultura. The existence of sabong in the culture of Filipinos has been around for hundreds of years. It has made a lot of contribution, not only in the entertainment of Filipinos, but also towards the livelihood of different communities in the country. This industry became a source of income to many in providing food for their families and education for their children. Sadly, it seems today that while we recognize the notable contribution of cockfighting, some has made it a tool of uncontrolled gambling. Others exploited it as an object of commercialism, and worse, there has been proliferation of crimes committed in relation to it. Recently, a story of a 22-year-old mother who sold her 8-month-old child for 45,000 pesos because of e-Sabong debts became viral on the internet. A young PNP officer who just graduated last year was likewise arrested for allegedly splurging some 500,000 pesos supposedly meant for drug sting operations in e-Sabong. These are the stories of normal Filipino citizens who fell victim by a game of chance. We might not have heard all the accounts of our fellow kababayans who were ruined by this industry. But I am sure there are many. In fact, some of them which involve incidents of abduction have reached this august chamber. In the beginning of this year, several reports have been circulating in the news and media outlets of missing persons allegedly involved in sabong. Last January, the police have been investigating disappearance of 10 men who were last seen in a cockfighting arena. 6 individuals who were last seen in the Manila Arena located at Santa Ana, Manila. And 4 male friends who were reported missing after participating in a cockfight event in Santa Cruz, Laguna. Mr. President, anyone would think that the report of the 10 missing persons is already alarming as it is. But unfortunately, these 2 cases only paved the way for the discovery of several other incidents of individuals involved in sabong. On the same month of January, the PNP released a statement that there are 10 more cockfight enthusiasts from Bulacan who went missing, aside from the other 10 missing persons initially reported in Laguna and Manila. As time passed by, several other reports of similar incidents surfaced. An overwhelming number of relatives of missing individuals cried for help to find their loved ones, which to date are yet to be found. For this reason, the Senate, through the Committee of Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, conducted an investigation in aid of legislation on the missing individuals. 4 hearings were conducted which gave clarity as to the questions surrounding the alleged separate cases of abduction. Mr. President, during the course of the investigation, the committee was able to establish that there are actually 7 separate cases of alleged abduction, with 32 individuals who are missing, connected to sabong and sabong operations. One of the probable motives is throughput, or the act of purposely putting one's own fighting cock in a deliberate disadvantage to ensure the victory of his opponent's cock. Cloning of an sabong website is likewise being looked into as a motive with regard to the abduction of Ricardo Lasco Jr., the master agent abducted in his house in San Pablo, Laguna. One of the significant findings of the committee during the investigation is that there is a distinct similarity in the pattern of how the abduction is being carried out, specifically on how the vehicles of the victims were eventually found in the area near their place of residence a few days after they were reported missing. Further, the arenas in Manila, Santa Cruz, Laguna, and Lipa, Batangas, where the missing persons disappeared on different occasions, are all under the management and operation of Lucky 8 Star Quest Incorporated, which included Mr. Charlie Atong Ang as one of its stockholders and corporate officer. Several security personnel of Lucky 8 Star Quest Incorporated were likewise positively identified by the witnesses as being involved in the alleged abduction of the missing persons. Mr. President, these notable findings can hold water and indisputably speak for themselves. Though sabong is an industry known to be raking billions of pesos and is claimed to be of help to the country and community, it will never be as significant and as treasured as compared to the lives of our fellow Filipinos. Ang buhay ng tao ay kailanmay hindi matutumbasan ng kahit anong halaga ng salapi. The disappearance of these sabongeros, or even those who only went for entertainment, undermine the peace and order situation in our country. A situation which all of us believe was more than enough to suspend the operations of the root cause thereof. I can stand in 2 vantage points and view gambling in 2 different perspectives. Also, I can view it from two distinct personalities, as a lawmaker and as an ordinary citizen. But wherever I choose to stand or whoever I choose to become, my opinion will remain the same. Morality transcends legality. And thus, I am grateful to all my colleagues who supported the committee's call through the initiative of our Senate President to suspend the operations of sabong through Senate Resolution number 996, and to President Duterte, who eventually supported the call of suspension pending investigation. With this, Mr. President, let me present to you some of the recommendations contained in our committee report. For the administrative action, number 1, for the PAGCOR to ensure safeguards are in place to prevent minors access to electronic gambling platforms, such as but not limited to excuse me, requiring electronic gambling operators to do a verification check each time a user logs into the system to determine that the user is not a minor. Number 2, for money transfer facilities to ensure that minors will not be able to use their facilities for gambling purposes. I repeat, Mr. President, for number 2, for money transfer facilities to ensure that minors will not be able to use their facilities for gambling purposes, recommend the strict implementation of Know Your Customer, KYC policy, not only during registration stage, but as well as usage and management of account. Number 3, for all LGUs to suspend business permits of cockpit arenas found to be non-compliant with the existing ordinances on the mandatory requirement of installation of CCTV cameras. Number 4, for the BIR to immediately collect taxes due from sabong operators in accordance with Revenue Memorandum Circular number 25-2022 and other memoranda to be released in relation thereto, as well as strict imposition of penalty for those who failed to pay the correct taxes. For the PNP, CIDG, and NBI to conduct further investigation against the officers, personnel, and employees of Lucky 8 StarQuest Incorporated, including Mr. Charlie Atong Ang, whose name has been repeatedly mentioned by witnesses during the hearings, and operator of the arenas in Manila, Laguna, and Batangas, where the missing persons were last seen. Number 6, for the PNP and NBI to continue investigating all reported cases of missing persons in relation to sabong activities until they are finally resolved. For the DILG, number 7, for the DILG and PNP to continue to monitor and stop any possible illegal and unauthorized conduct of sabong operations while the directive of President Duterte to halt the operations of sabong is still in effect. Number 8, for DSWD to provide assistance, whether in the form of financial aid or otherwise, to the family and relatives of the missing sabongeros and help them cope with their existing crisis situation. Number 9, for the Department of Education to incorporate in the curriculum of schools through Republic Act number 11476, otherwise known as the GMRC and Values Education Act, a discussion on the perils of gambling and its nature as a social ill. For legislative action, number 1, possible appropriate amendments to Presidential Decree number 449 or the cockfighting law of 1974 by mandating safety measures on the establishment, operations, and maintenance of cockpits and impose stricter regulations, including strict monitoring in the conduct of cockfighting activities within the jurisdiction of the concerned local government unit. Number 2, to aid our law enforcement personnel in the conduct of their investigation, there is a need to institutionalize the reward system for person who witnessed and has actual knowledge of the commission of a crime. Number 3, to deter individuals in concealing the commission of a crime, there is a need to further increase the penalty for obstruction of justice under Presidential Decree number 1829. Number 4, there is a need to pass a law mandating all LGUs to include installation of CCTV cameras in commercial establishments, especially in all off-site betting stations, gambling arenas, gaming sites, among others, as a requirement for the issuance of business permit. And number 5, the appropriate Senate committee should study the need to revise Presidential Decree number 1869 as amended by Republic Act number 9487 and other prevailing laws related to PAGCOR and gambling activities to address current gaps as herein discussed, with the end of eliminating any confusion as to what are considered as legal and illegal gambling activities. Mr. President, these recommendations provided in the committee report were formulated for the purpose of achieving the greater good and to prevent the devastation that already touches on many families. If we are to venture and push through sabong, then we must first have adequate laws to regulate them as a prerequisite for its operation. Without it, confusion and disorder becomes inevitable. Mr. President, ako po ay umaasa, nagdarasal at humihiling na sana ay hindi na madagdagan pa at maulit pa ang pagkawala ng ating mga kababayan nang dahil lamang sa sabong, isabong o iba pang paraan ng sugal. Ang pagkalulong sa sugal ay hindi nalalayo sa epekto ng pagkalulong sa droga at iba pang bisyo na dapat nating bigyang importansya at solusyon. Ang pagtatapos ng pagdinig sa isyong ito ay hindi nangangahulugang pagtatapos sa usapin patungkol sa isabong, ngunit simula pa lamang sa mahabang diskusyon ng mga isyong pumapalibot dito. Naniniwala ako na lahat tayo ay gustong ipaglaban ang karapatan at kabuhayan ng bawat Pilipino, ngunit sa paraan na sana'y hindi labag sa moralidad at karapatang pantao ng bawat isa. With that, Mr. President, I urge the body to support and adopt the recommendations of this committee report and its immediate implementation to make our communities safe and families stronger. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
We can take it up tomorrow, siguro. Yeah, Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the sponsorship better, we maybe suspend it for tomorrow, Mr. President.
Before we suspend,
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Villanueva, you seeking the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a very short manifestation, considering we're not going to tackle this particular committee report, Mr. President. Let me just put and state for the record that I am very much in support to the committee report and the chairperson's manifestation and statements with regard to the suspension of isabong. It's just that, Mr. President, before we let go of this topic, let me just put on record the importance really of looking into the charter of PAGCOR as this representation manifested during the previous hearings, Mr. President. I think it's about time we make that decision as to whether or not we will allow PAGCOR to be a regulator or an operator. I just don't think, Mr. President, we can allow the state gaming regulator of the country be also part of the operations. So that's one, Mr. President. Number two, as mentioned by the chair a while ago, when you talk about safeguards for the minors, this representation also pointed out during the hearing the importance of ensuring that government workers will not be allowed as well, as they are being prohibited from gambling in casinos, etc. And last but not the least, Mr. President, I'm very interested about the money transfer that the distinguished chairperson made mention, because again, when we gave these apps the franchise for telecoms, Mr. President, hindi naman ho kasama doon yung pag-money transfer, no? And nakita at narinig natin during the committee hearings na may mga minors mismo nagagamit nila itong GCash, Paymaya, etc. So I hope that we'll be able to expound on it and ensure that the safeguards will be there to ensure that our young people are protected. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend and congratulate our chairperson, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and I'm one with him in supporting his committee report. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we may suspend temporarily the discussions on this and then take it up again in a later hour. We'll just come back, Mr. President. So we
All
can
right.
take it up.
In the
Thank you.
meantime, the committee report is consideration is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to go on with the sponsorships, there's one last sponsorship from dear colleague Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order committee report number 645 under committee resolution number 522. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
May I ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary will read the title.
Resolution directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the implementation of Republic Act Number 4670, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, to provide a comprehensive and critical review and identify the gaps, issues, and challenges in advancing the welfare and rights of teachers as professionals and improving the conditions for effective teaching and learning, for the purpose of crafting policy recommendations and initiating complementary and amendatory legislation to further strengthen the law and fulfill the goals enshrined therein.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May we recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, to sponsor the measure.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you,
Sponsor.
Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I am both humbled and honored to deliver a speech that in many ways completes the narrative of some of the most important learnings and reflections from my 3-year journey as your chairperson for the Committee on Basic Education, Arts, and Culture during the 18th Congress. Today, I'll be presenting the findings of the Committee on the inquiry in aid of legislation of the status of the implementation of Republic Act Number 4670, or the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. This inquiry was conducted pursuant to the proposed Senate Resolution 522, authored by yours truly. Essentially, this inquiry looked into whether the DepEd has successfully implemented the various protections, rights, and benefits of public school teachers enshrined under the 56-year-old law. The purpose of the Magna Carta, as stated in its declaration, is to promote and improve the social and economic status of public school teachers. This includes improving their living and working conditions and their terms of employment and career prospect. The Magna Carta itself recognizes that, and I quote, "Advance in education depends on the qualification and ability of the teaching staff." One thing I have learned during my tenure as Basic Education Chair is that teachers are the driving force behind education reform. Empowering teachers to exercise their fundamental rights and privileges is pivotal to improving the quality of education and ensuring that no child will be left behind. It is especially important to focus on this now, a time when students have already suffered significant learning losses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the course of four long but emotionally engaging public hearings conducted between October to November 2020, the committee reviewed the status of implementation of 30 out of the 35 sections of the Magna Carta. The public hearings were consistently attended by representatives from the DepEd, the Department of Budget and Management, Civil Service Commission, Government Service Insurance System, Philippine Institute for Development Studies, ENET Philippines, Action and Solidarity for the Empowerment of Teachers, Teachers Dignity Coalition, Quezon City Public School Teachers Association, Coordinating Council of Private Education Associations of the Philippines, and the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, Incorporated. We sincerely thank these stakeholders for their active participation in the discussion. To encapsulate these findings for plenary, we have classified the 30 provisions according to the DepEd's level of compliance as mandated under the Magna Carta. The complete discussion of our findings and recommendations are embodied in the committee's 66-page committee report. In summary, the inquiry of the committee found that DepEd is compliant with 7 sections of the Magna Carta, partially compliant with 18 additional provisions, and non-compliant with 3 sections. 2 additional sections have been superseded by subsequent legislation. Mr. President, when we say that DepEd is compliant with the provision of the Magna Carta, this means that DepEd has existing guidelines, programs, mechanisms to meet requirements of the provision and is currently implementing them. The 7 provisions of DepEd was found to be compliant with are the formulation and preparation of the Code of Professional Conduct for teachers, the grant of an indefinite sick leave of absence to teachers when the nature of their illness requires intensive treatment of more than 1 year, the right to freely establish and join organizations of their choosing, prohibition of discrimination against teachers, consultation of National Teachers Organization in the formulation of national education policies and professional standards, and the availability of rules and regulations implementing the Magna Carta. The DepEd was also found compliant with regard to a 7th provision, Section 32 of the penalties. However, the penalties no longer effectively serve as deterrents, considering the nullification of the courts of the penalty of imprisonment and the obsolete amount of the imposable fine. Now we move on to partial compliance. Our inquiry found that DepEd was only partially complied with 18 sections of the Magna Carta. This means one of 2 things. The first is that while there are existing guidelines and programs that meet some of the requirements of the Magna Carta provisions, additional work needs to be done by DepEd to review and revise its policies to match the present context of our education system and harmonize policies with subsequent laws. Additionally, it may also mean that full compliance has not been achieved pending required action of other implementing government bodies or agencies. The partially compliant sections are recruitment and qualification, consent for transfer, transportation expenses, safeguard in disciplinary procedure, administrative charges, no discrimination, married teachers, academic freedom, teaching hours, additional compensation, criteria for salaries, salary scale, equality in salary scales, cost of living allowance, special hardship allowance, salaries to be paid in legal tender, prohibited deductions, compensation for injuries, and study leave. On February 18, 2021, the DepEd submitted a timeline aiming to achieve full compliance with the above-listed Magna Carta provisions by the end of 2021. Unfortunately, the timeline has been revised by DepEd, rendering the fulfillment of these 18 sections a moving target. This representation commits to fully briefing the Vice President-elect Duterte Carpio and the incoming leadership of DepEd in pursuit of a definite timeline for complete realization of these teachers' rights mandated by law. Mr. President, the committee was also disappointed to learn that three pivotal benefits and privileges granted to public school teachers under the Magna Carta remain illusory promises up to now, almost 6 decades after the law was passed. Section 22 of the Magna Carta is supposed to provide significant medical benefits to teachers. Under the law, public school teachers are entitled to a free annual physical examination. Should it be found in the examination that the teacher requires treatment or even hospitalization, the government entity paying the teacher's salary is supposed to foot the bill. However, public school teachers have been forced to pay for their own annual medical checkup since 1966. While DepEd has provided some monetary medical assistance since 2019, there is still no program to provide the annual checkup mandated by law. Meanwhile, Section 26 of the Magna Carta provides that a retiring teacher should be promoted one rank higher, and the salary of that rank should be the basis for their computation of the retirement benefits of teachers. However, this policy has not been implemented by the government service insurance system. During our hearings, GSIS raised concerns on the actuarial impact of this provision, as well as equal protection concerns under the Constitution. In our report, the committee sided with the teachers. We found that the basis for computation of the lump sum of the retirement pay and monthly benefits thereafter should be a one-range salary raise upon retirement of teachers, pursuant to the Magna Carta. The general rule applied by GSIS in calculating the retirement benefits of school teachers, which is the average monthly compensation received by an employee during the last 36 months of service preceding the retirement, is incorrect. If this computation is continuously followed, it will defeat the wisdom behind the Magna Carta on the retirement pay of public school teachers. Thus, the provision should be immediately implemented. Lastly, Section 31 of the Magna Carta requires the Secretary of Education to submit to Congress on an annual basis the necessary budget estimates to implement the provisions on benefits for public school teachers. However, DepEd only submits an omnibus budget request to Congress covering all of its annual budgetary needs. It is clear that DepEd must submit a specific annual budget to ensure the full implementation of the Magna Carta, unfortunately, as observed by one education stakeholder. Mr. President, the committee report also contains numerous recommendations aiming to achieve full implementation of all relevant provisions of the Magna Carta. For the sake of brevity, I will discuss 3 of the most impactful recommendations which I believe should be prioritized for immediate implementation. First, it is recommended that DepEd adopt the proposals of PIDS to conduct evidence-based studies on teacher workload that will provide a specific breakdown of the workload of a regular teacher, the sources of work, and the amount of time left for actual teaching and learner contact. The outcome of the study should determine the educational functions that must be handled by teachers and which should be eliminated from their workload or delegated to non-teaching or administrative staff. Essentially, this would rationalize the job functions of public school teachers, allowing them to balance their workload and allocate more of their precious time towards improving learner outcomes for their students. Second, we need to raise teacher salaries, and we need to do it now. Our research shows that entry-level teacher salaries in the Philippines are quite low in comparison to our ASEAN allies. Under the current pay structure, the estimate required annual increment budget to increase the salary for teachers 1 to 3 would range from 28 billion to 130 billion, depending on the increase in salary grade levels. This is a lot of taxpayers' money, yes, but it is a good investment in the financial and emotional well-being of our overworked teachers. I strongly believe that passing a bill to raise public school teacher salaries should be one of the priorities of 19th Congress. I assure you that I will fight for this from day one of our first session this July. Third, the government should provide adequate health insurance to teachers. The benefits they are currently receiving under PhilHealth are not enough to meet the requirements for medical coverage under the Magna Carta. In a proposal shared by GSIS to the committee, estimates show that for a premium of 400 per teacher, DepEd personnel would enjoy coverage up to 120,000 pesos. Subsidizing premiums under this proposal would amount to 369 million pesos. Considering that the implementation of the medical benefits provision of the Magna Carta have been 56 years in the making, this appears to be a reasonable amount that should be invested ASAP to ensure that our teachers remain physically and mentally healthy to teach our children. Before I cede the floor, Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, I wish to emphatically state for the record that I stand as one with our public school teachers who have long clamored for the realization of their rights under the Magna Carta. Achieving the full implementation of the Magna Carta for public school teachers should be a priority for the incoming Marcos Duterte administration. It is a good sign that DepEd will be led by no less than the capable incoming Vice President herself, Inday Sara Duterte Carpio, as Secretary of Education. I hope that the work of the committee will inform the policy direction of DepEd moving forward. It is time for the government to make good on the promises it made to teachers almost 6 decades ago, yet failed to keep. Our teachers deserve better from us. Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Mr. President, may I also be acknowledged, Mr. President, who co-sponsored the measure? Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. First of all, let me quote what the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due, Mr. President. Let me acknowledge our seatmate, our brother, Senator Win Gatchalian, for serving, furthering, and advancing the cause for education. I'd like to associate myself with the points he raised about the state of our teachers in this country, Mr. President. The Senate inquiry on implementing RA number 4670, or the Magna Carta for public school teachers, led by Senator Gatchalian, is laudable. This inquiry is essential in identifying the gaps in the implementation and crafting of complementary and amendatory legislation to ensure the welfare of our dear teachers. That's why it's truly an honor, Mr. President, to be his partner as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, especially in this 18th Congress, that the Senate passed several landmark education laws, notably the Alternative Learning System Act, GMRC and Values Education Act, Inclusive Education for Learners with Disabilities Act, and the Excellence in Teacher Education Act. I'd like to emphasize the latter, Mr. President. Excellence in teacher education resolves the issues with the teacher, which is essential for students' learning achievement. As I have repeatedly quoted McKinsey in our previous manifestations, Mr. President, the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. And the quality of our teachers, Mr. President, depend on several factors, including salary increment, study leave, medical leave, and overtime pay, among others. Ang mga bagay pong ito ang tinutumbok ng Republic Act number 4670. Nasabi nga po kanina ni Senator Gatchalian ay naisabatas noon pang 1966, Ginoong Pangulo. Kumbaga, vintage law na po. 4 na taon na lang, senior citizen na ang Magna Carta for public school teachers. Pero Mr. President, hanggang ngayon, marami pa rin pong mga probisyon ang RA 4670 na hindi pa rin ganap na naipatutupad. Hanggang Hindi lang po propesyon ang pagtuturo, kundi isa itong calling at misyon. Ang pagtayo at pagsusuporta po natin sa ating chairperson ng committee, Senator Gatchalian, sa layuning ganap na maipatupad ang Magna Carta for Public School Teachers ay dahil naniniwala po tayo na ang respeto, pagkilala at pasasalamat sa ating mga guro ay dapat maramdaman at tumagos sa kanilang mga karapatan at sa mga malawak na benepisyo para sa kaguruan na matagal nang isinasaad ng Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Lubos at buo po ang ating suporta sa mga rekomendasyon ng ating committee chair, Senator Gatchalian, para sa ganap na pagpapatupad ng Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Thank you so much, and God bless us all. Mr. President,
Go ahead.
to give time for the other senators to study the bill, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of this measure, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
It is a resolution, right?
Yes. No, Mr. President. Committee report, Mr. President.
Yeah, committee report on a resolution.
Resolution, no? Resolution.
Because if it's a bill,
Yes, resolution, Mr.
there's no use to take it up today or even tomorrow.
It's Resolution 522, Mr. President.
All right.
Yes, thank
Correct.
you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, consideration is
Yes.
suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1055 and House Bill number 10355. This is the measure establishing a separate facility for prisoners convicted of heinous crime. And with the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Richard Gordon, to give us the highlights of the bicameral report.
All right, hearing no objection, Senator Richard Gordon is recognized to the bicameral report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in the Senate, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights now presents the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1055 and House Bill number 10355. After having met and having fully discussed the said provisions, hereby report to their respective houses the following: that the conferees agreed to use the Senate version as a working draft. 2, Section 1 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 1 of the reconciled bill. 3, Section 2 of the House version was modified and adopted as Section 2 of the reconciled bill to read as, and I quote, Section 2, Declaration of Policy, pursuant to Article 2, Section 5 of the Constitution, which states that the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and the promotion of the general welfare are essential for the enjoyment by all the people of the blessings of democracy. And Article 2, Section 11 of the Constitution, which states that the state values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect for human rights. The state implements policies and programs to promote the general welfare and the basic rights of every person deprived of liberty, PDL, who are incarcerated in the national penitentiaries. Furthermore, the state adheres to the principle that different categories of persons deprived of liberty shall be kept in separate institutions or facilities in consideration of their age, sex, criminal record, and requirements for rehabilitation and reformation. Section 3 of the House version was modified and adopted as Section 3 of the reconciled bill. 5. Section 3 of the Senate version and Section 4 of the House version were consolidated and modified to be Section 4 of the reconciled bill to read as follows. Section 4, definition of terms as used in this Act. A, heinous crimes refers to crimes defined under Republic Act number 7659, which are considered as heinous for being grievous, odious, and hateful offenses, and which by reason of their inherent or manifest wickedness, viciousness, atrocity, and perversity are repugnant and outrageous to the common standards and norms of decency and morality in a just, civilized, and ordered society. Heinous crimes shall include the following: treason, piracy in general, and mutiny on the high seas and in Philippine waters, qualified piracy, qualified bribery, parricide, murder, infanticide, kidnapping, and serious illegal detention, robbery with violence against or intimidation of persons, destructive arson, rape, human trafficking, and illegal drugs and trafficking. B. High-level offender refers to a person convicted of heinous crimes and sentenced to reclusion perpetua or life imprisonment. C. Persons deprived of liberty, PDL, refers to a person sentenced by a court to serve a term of imprisonment for an offense committed by punishable under the revised penal code, customs and tariff laws or other laws within the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Customs or enforceable by it, immigration laws, election laws, and other special penal laws, whether or not such person's sentence has filed an appeal. It shall also include a person committed to the Bureau of Corrections by a court or other competent authority for temporary confinement for similar purposes. D. Secured and isolated place refers to a place or location far away from civilian communities that would ensure the safety and security of such communities and protect the family or the facility, rather, from possible intrusions or intruders. 6. Section 4 of the Senate version and Section 5 of the House version were consolidated and modified to be Section 5 of the reconciled version to read as Section 5, establishment of separate facilities for PDLs convicted of heinous crimes. There shall be established and maintained a separate, secure, and sanitary penitentiary for the custody and safekeeping of PDLs convicted of heinous crimes, serving sentences in the prison facilities of the Bucor. The separate facility for PDLs convicted of heinous crimes shall be built in a suitable location to be determined by the Secretary of Justice, away from the general population and other PDLs, and preferably within a military establishment or on an island separate from the mainland. The facility shall be located in a secured and isolated place to ensure that there is no unwarranted contact or communication from outside of the penal institution. There shall be at least 3 separate facilities for high-level offenders, with 1 facility each in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Upon the establishment of such facilities, the Bucor shall include in its classification system PDLs convicted of heinous crimes as defined in this Act, who shall serve their sentences in such separate facilities. 7. Section 6 of the Senate version was modified and adopted as Section 6 of the reconciled bill. 8. Section 8 of the Senate version and Section 7 of the House version were consolidated and modified to be Section 7 of the reconciled bill to read as follows. Section 7. The facility for PDLs convicted of heinous crimes shall be a state-of-the-art facility with surveillance cameras and the latest information technology and security systems capable of monitoring PDLs 24 hours a day, and with enhanced and extensive security features on locks, doors, and its perimeters. The facility shall be maintained clean and habitable at all times. Sanitary and hygienic toilets and shower areas shall be provided and maintained. 9. Section 7 of the House version is modified and adopted as Section 8 of the reconciled bill. 10. Section 8 of the House version was modified and adopted as Section 9 of the reconciled bill. 11. Section 11 of the reconciled version was modified and adopted as Section 10 of the reconciled bill. 12. Section 9 of the House version was adopted as Section 11 of the reconciled bill. 13. Section 13 of the Senate version is modified and adopted as Section 12 of the reconciled bill. 14. Section 15 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 13 of the reconciled bill. 15. Section 10 of the House version was adopted as Section 14 of the reconciled bill. 16. Section 11 of the House version was adopted as Section 15 of the reconciled bill. Section 17 of the House version was adopted as Section 16 of the reconciled bill. Section 18. Section 13 of the House version was adopted as Section 7 of the reconciled bill. 19. Section 14 of the House version was adopted as Section 18 of the reconciled bill. 20, for the title of the reconciled bill, the Senate and House versions were consolidated to read as an act establishing a separate facility for persons deprived of liberty, convicted of heinous crimes, and appropriating funds thereto. In case of a conflict between the statements, amendments stated in this joint explanation and that of the provisions of the reconciled bill and the accompanying conference committee report, the provisions of the latter shall prevail. It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones. Nelson Mandela. We will elude confidence from society that those persons convicted of heinous crimes are separate from society and reformed separately. I am passionate about the creation of a separate heinous facility to solve not just the congestion in jails, but also to ensure the safety of the public and the convicts themselves. This is just the first step. As the chairman of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I hope we will push for penal reforms in order to make positive shifts in our criminal justice system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1055 and House Bill number 10355, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1055 and House Bill 10355 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations,
Congratulations
Chairman
to-
Gordon
And thank you to
authors.
the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a member wishes to avail of the privilege hour. I move to recognize Senator Grace Poe for her privileged speech, Mr. President. So move.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, it's never easy to say goodbye, especially to colleagues you admire and are grateful for. 8 or 1/3 of the seats around us will soon be vacated. Their departure leaves us with same feeling as having lost somebody. Many of those who will answer the role for the last time began as work colleagues who later became allies in causes fought and ended up as great friends for whom I freely received and also gave life hacks to, like food and tips of where to eat when visiting a town or a province around the country. Dahil tao lang din po kami, also often shared among us are jokes that light up our day and lighten our work jokes, which thankfully have not become law. Ang biro nga, iba't iba man ang adikain ng mga mambabatas, lahat sila ay mga marites naman, lalong-lalo na ang mga kalalakihan. I cannot yet begin to imagine a Senate without its 3 top leaders. The presiding officer, who is equally firm and fair in the use of the gavel. A minority leader who knew when to stand his ground and when to strike common ground. A president pro temp who has the interrogatory and intimidatory skills of a terror teacher, but from whom one learns so much. In the age of COVID, Senate President Tito, because of his youth, was classified as medically vulnerable. But instead of sheltering at home, he showed up without fail in this house of ours, reporting for duty so that we can work from home. The image of him presiding over an almost deserted plenary, save for the majority leader, is a profile of courage that will be forever etched in my mind. When the pandemic bred confusion, he kept us cohesive so that we will still be able to churn out laws in the same deliberative fashion that did not sacrifice scrutiny for speed. Diyan ako saludo kay Senator Soto. He never pulled the plug on any of us when he could have easily done so and abbreviated debates with the pandemic as a convenient excuse. This makes this musical legend a great conductor of the symphony of legislation. He allowed us to find our own voice and sing our own songs while keeping us on the same page. The result is that all the laws passed under his skillful baton were in perfect harmony with the challenges of the times. To the other Tito in the Senate, Tito Frank, damo nga salamat for your generous mentoring. When I was a neophyte in the Senate, I deemed myself your apprentice. Now I could say that my life has been blessed for having been touched by kindness twice by Ilonggos, first in the church in Iloilo and later in this cathedral of ideas that is the Senate. Senator Frank teaches by example. No need for a tutorial, just watch and learn, especially on how to raise the quality of bills without raising one's voice and everybody else's blood pressure. The Senate is his classroom where he teaches us how to compose laws without having to lose one's composure. He's a legal powerhouse that dispenses advice pro bono, often privately, so that your pet bills have been improved and constitutionally armor-plated even before they reach plenary. What can I say about Senator Ralph but share the impression of every person in this room that one should not go up against him in debates unprepared. Grabe itong Batanggenyong ito. He kept us awake at nights, preparing, and kept us on our toes on the floor when he is carpet bombing us with questions. He will say, no, I'm with you, I'm with you with this bill. This is a good bill, until you're in plenary. He can numb you with statistics and neutralize you with novel theories. He treats bills as needlework and examines each thread carefully. And sometimes it is easier for a Carabao to pass through the eye of the needle than for a bill to pass through Senator Ralph. But the good thing about Senator Ralph is that he cancels his being cantankerous on the floor by being Mr. Congeniality outside of it. I will also miss the company and counsel of those I have shared the trenches with for the past decade or so. Wow, it's been more than that. Beginning with the lady behind bars, but who keeps on fighting the good fight. Senator Laila is unbroken, but her incarceration is proof that our justice system is broken. She's still there while awaiting trial. Senator Dick is one senator who repaid the 2 Senate terms the people had given him with fearless fiscalizing in the Senate's finest tradition. He would wade into issues without fear of stepping on the toes of the powerful, as bravely as he would wade into flood waters to help typhoon victims. To Senator Kiko, I see that you have gone back farming. You indeed plant what you preach. You leave behind an orchard of laws that will put food on the table of people you have never given up fighting for since your UP Barricada days. Senator Manny, ikaw ang tunay na GP, ginoong may puso. Your life story is inspiring, hindi ka nagpapa-knockout sa kahirapan, your fights are legendary, ni-knockdown mo sila, but what will enshrine you in the Hall of Fame up there is you sharing your blessings with people who are struggling like you were once before. Binangon mo at binago mo ang buhay ng marami. Senator Ping, take your well-deserved R&R after 55 years of service to the Republic, panahong kasing haba, hindi pa nga kasing haba ng buhay ko, mas mahaba pa nga ito. From guardian of the peace to guardian of the purse is one great career that was only made possible because you called a spade a spade. You spoke the truth to power and to the people uncomfortable with the truth. All of the 8, every one of them, will leave a void in this chamber as big as the one in my heart. It is now up to us to fill this with the same dedication and industry they had shown when they walked and worked with us. For that is how we honor the labors of departing colleagues, not by remembering their deeds and pine that they are sorely missed, but by working as hard as them so that their spirit lives on. Thank you, Senator Soto. Thank you, Minority Leader Tito Frank, Senator Frank. Thank you, Senator Ralph Recto. Thank you, Laila De Lima. Thank you, Kiko Pangilinan. Thank you, Dick Gordon. And thank you, Senator Ping Lacson. Maraming salamat po.
We wish to thank Senator Grace Poe for her very inspiring and kind words. We will miss you also. We will miss everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also put on record that we will do our part tomorrow, Mr. President. And thank you to Senator Grace Poe. Mr. President, we are in a receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9215. This is the measure on the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, the chairperson of the panel, Senator Tolentino, has designated Senator Amy Marcos, a member of the Senate panel, and the Senate Committee on Local Government to give us the highlights of the bicameral report, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Amy Marcos is recognized to report the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Leader. As a result of the bicameral conference on the creation of the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority, I have the honor to submit for ratification the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill 9215 entitled An Act Creating Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority, Emblistida, defining its powers and functions and approving funds therefore. Also submitted is a joint explanation on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9215, which shall likewise serve as part of my sponsorship speech and considered to be read in toto into the record. Apart from a few clerical errors, all concerning the addition of the word metropolitan prior to the name Blists, BLISTT, the reconciled version of the bill, only lowers the rank of the administrator of the Development Authority from Cabinet Secretary to Assistant Secretary. This revision emanated from the bill proponent in the lower house, Congressman Mark Go, and was accepted by all conferees to the Bicameral Committee after finding it sound and proper insofar as the administrator's rank, rights, privileges, disqualifications, and prohibitions. The conferees deemed this most proper considering the territorial jurisdiction and scope of the functions of the Emblistida. In this regard, I hereby move for the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9215 on the creation of the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablay, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority. Thank you, Mr. President.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9215 and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the Chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill 9215 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to the authors. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration Senate Resolution number 963 under Committee Report number 403. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the measures that we are in the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, and to interpellate no other than our dear Senate President, Senator Tito Soto.
Yes, maybe ask Senator Lacson to please take over. Maybe have a 1-minute suspension, Senator Villanueva, for
Mr. President, move for a minute suspension.
session suspended.
Thank you.
world's largest trading bloc as of the moment, and we were 30%, more or less 30% of the world's population would be involved, 30% of the world's GDP would also be involved, and there are around 190 plus countries in the world, and only 15 countries can potentially be members for the initial period of this agreement. So, and we are one of those 15 countries, and all the rest, the 193 minus 15, they're looking at this trade bloc and desiring. Some South American countries have expressed their desire to also have similar RCEP among themselves, or somehow join RCEP or invest in RCEP. So my point is this is a very important agreement, and I thank the Senate leadership for giving time to this for the discussion of this agreement, Mr. President. So we're ready, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Mindanao, the son of my idol, Senator Nene Pimentel, favor us with some answers to questions that he would like to be enlightened on?
Yes, most willingly, Mr. President, to my idol, our high-performing Senate President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, kind sir. Well, just for the record also, when I was elected in 1992 as a senator, being a fledgling senator, the first person I approached for a meeting was Senator Nene Pimentel. I went to see him in his house in Marikina, and I asked him if I could have his son as my chief of staff, who just graduated then from law school and was a top-notcher in the bar. Apparently, it did not materialize, but...
I was there in your lunch with my father, Mr. President.
Yes.
I joined you in that lunch.
Well, I expected that he was too young then, but really, I did not know that God had other plans, that he would also become a senator and become a Senate President as well. So, let me start, Mr. President. According to the Department of Trade and Industry, the DTI, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP, as we call it now, agreement, shall benefit the Philippines through 4 C's: cheaper cost, convenience, competitiveness, and complementation. Will the distinguished gentleman please specify to us as how the Philippines can benefit from the RCEP agreement, considering that the other country members are considered as first world countries? Can we compete with these big nations? Otherwise stated, are we ready to compete with these developed nations, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the RCEP actually is a framework agreement, and if we believe in Filipino creativity, ingenuity, resourcefulness, resilience, and yesterday we just ratified the measure on creating the creatives industry of the Philippines. So if we believe in the Filipino talent, it's just up to us to take advantage, Mr. President, of the agreement. Because basically a free trade agreement, correct me, our resource persons will correct me if I'm wrong, means that please open up your market a little, and I will also open up my market. That is actually the essence of a free trade agreement. And to answer the 4 C's, Mr. President, specific benefits of RCEP to the Philippines: cheaper cost for producers, manufacturers, farmers, and traders, because because of RCEP, there will be now zero or reduced tariff rates for imported raw materials and intermediate goods, which our manufacturers use for their production. So, ang anticipation is lower cost of production. So cheaper goods even for our consumers. And there is another one, not really on tariff. Because of RCEP, there will be simplified rules and customs procedure. Hence, the expectation is that it's easier to follow, which will now lead to less administrative cost from those importing. Tama yun, ano? From the importing. Kasi cheaper, we're talking about cheaper cost here in our market. On the second C, Mr. President, convenience. RCEP provides for simplified and business-friendly customs procedure. Yun na nga isang advantage nitong RCEP na ito hindi lang ng RCEP, napansin ko in other treaties. We are actually forcing customs to shape up through our treaties. So talagang because this time ang magrereklamo na would be another nation, Mr. President. So I'll continue, Mr. President, because I'm just in the second C. You want me to answer all the four Cs?
Yes,
sige, continue. Yes, sir.
I have some comments on the issue of procedures and rules as far as customs is concerned.
Yes.
That's much to be desired. Ages have passed na hindi talaga nag-improve. But
Yes, sir.
nevertheless,
Tama.
please go ahead so that
Tama, sir.
we will be able to complete the picture.
Yes, sir. This is because this is a framework agreement. This is the expectation. Okay. RCEP also provides, so under convenience, time-bound resolution of issues. Kung may dispute ang mga parties, ano po yun? Hindi forever yun. Mayroon talaga may nakasulat na depending on the nature of the dispute, there is a time period. And then, the preferential trade arrangements, yung among the parties, are governed by one set of rules. Actually, ang mangyayari dito, RCEP is one of mga forms, no? Actually, sir, ganito nga mangyayari under RCEP, there will be RCEP-specific forms. Gagamitin ngayon yan ng mga in the 15 countries member of the RCEP. So when you export to another member of the agreement using the RCEP, you use this particular form. Okay. So that's under convenience, Mr. President. Under the third C, which is competitiveness, balik ako dun sa aking initial statement na believe naman ako sa creativity and resilience natin. So we would really be competitive, especially if we use all of our imagination. But we also have improved export competitiveness of Philippine key products such as agricultural goods, automotive parts, processed food, and garments in the 14 countries, yung 14 other member countries. Now, there will be global sourcing of raw materials for certain products such as for prepared, preserved tuna, leather, and garments. Kasi the DTI, those who negotiated for this agreement, are proud to have gotten that concession. Anong tawag? Specific, called that product-specific rules. So meron po silang nakuha gano'n na we can also take advantage. We will have a stable and predictable business environment for investors as well as for professionals. We will encourage new players and opportunities in the financial sector, telecommunications sector, business services, manufacturing, IT, BPO. We will have a stable and enhanced environment for e-commerce and digital economy because these are, itong na-mention ko po na mga topics are governed in specific chapters of the RCEP. RCEP has 20 chapters, so may mga chapters po siya dyan. And adoption of competition policies and establishment of competition authorities in the RCEP parties will ensure a fair business environment for Philippine companies doing business in those countries. Hindi tayo nahuhuli po dyan. Pagdating sa competition policy and competition authority, meron na po tayo. Pero siyempre, iba-ibang sitwasyon sa iba't ibang bansa. So, a provision on competition policy and competition authority is still found in RCEP. And then there is a stronger regime for the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights. That is for competitiveness, Mr. President. And for the fourth C on complementation, there will be a platform for an institutionalized support and cooperation for MSMEs. May chapter, di ba? This is actually the first FTA with a chapter on MSMEs. So aligned with current programs and projects of the national government in positioning the Philippines as a manufacturing hub, innovation hub, and center for training and education in the region, including trade promotion initiatives for local products. And this is consistent, this RCEP, our joining the RCEP, will be consistent sa complementation po with the policy direction set by the CREATE Law, the amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, the Foreign Investment Act, and the Public Service Act. So ibig sabihin nyo yung lalo na yung tatlong laws na yon, and actually my committee, trade committee also passed that RTLA. Our direction is really to open up our market for generation of jobs and for other purposes, Mr. President. So that would be my answer, Mr. President.
All right. Well, the answer of the gentleman is very ideal. Of course, we will have to admit that. But there are implications and there are undertones as far as the what do you call this, the execution, and what really will happen on the ground as far as my experience is concerned. When you mentioned about competitiveness, those were the same words I heard many years ago when we were discussing the GATT WTO issue. We will be competitive and we will be ready. And so I'll go to that in a bit. I am just curious about your mention of the intellectual property rights, Mr. President. What is included as far as the intellectual property rights are concerned?
Intellectual property rights.
This has,
Yes.
it has something to do with what you mentioned earlier that sinasabi nila dito na sabi ng ibang bansa nga or those proposing the RCEP agreement is that we will open my market and we will open your market and we will open ours.
Yes.
Hindi ba? Parang
That's
ganun.
correct.
Narinig
That's
ko yun.
the-
So, does this involve also the issue of intellectual property rights?
This is a separate chapter, Mr. President. That's why this is another feature, so-called feature of the RCEP. Na sasabi nila, this is more than the standard of free trade agreement. So may mga chapters sila. So pagdating po sa intellectual property, the hope is that the RCEP will now provide for a stronger regime for the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights because diba? Entering the treaty will require us to
There's a requirement to accede to important
Correct.
treaties like
Because,
Cooperation Treaty, Madrid Protocol.
Okay, because entering into RCEP will require the parties to also now accede. Is that the correct term? No, accede is the correct technical word. Accede to existing intellectual property treaties pag hindi pa sila member. Example would be the Patent Cooperation Treaty. We have the Madrid Protocol. The expectation is it will now standardize the rules on intellectual property because all 15 will have to accede to intellectual property treaties, Mr. President.
When you say intellectual property treaties and then protection, is it encompassing? It includes everything? Does it include music?
Music ang tanong niya.
Yes,
All intellectual property, Mr. President, including music. By the way, I make it of record that the person advising me is the person who, how many years did you negotiate for this?
8 years.
Is the point person of the Philippines when we negotiated this treaty for 8 long years. So we have DTI ASEC Alan Hepty, who is Miniso. The answer to the question of the Senate President is yes, all,
yes, ano?
including music, yes.
Yan ang isang problema ko, Your Honor. You see, so what does it entail? Ang ibig sabihin nito,
What does it entail? What does it entail?
yung mga intellectual property rights natin ay pwede nating masingil sa kanila. At yun namang intellectual property rights nila ay pwedeng masingil sa atin. Ganon, ano?
The answer is yes.
All right.
It will facilitate the cooperation of collective management organization. So collection of royalties, Mr. President.
Ayun.
Very
Yeah.
specific, yes.
Correct. That was the same problem that I had many years ago. Na mukhang hanggang ngayon yung pa rin na magiging problema natin. If we should take a second look on this. What do I mean?
Bakit? Makinig tayo, bakit?
Ang analogy kasi niyan, nung araw, ang problema namin was that I was a musical director, before. So when we produce movies and I use music for post-production, or even when we record Filipino versions of songs abroad. And when radio and television play foreign music, open lang ang market noong araw. Until we entered the WTO, the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade in WTO. During that time, even the people like Freddy Aguilar, Basil Valdez, Rico Puno, they were all praises at nakumbinsi sila ng Department of Trade na suportahan yung WTO dahil daw makakasingil na sila doon sa mga royalties. Ang problema, and I brought it to their attention, and I will bring it again to the attention of the DTI now. Noong araw, gamit tayo ng musika ng abroad. Katulad ngayon, yung South Korea. Ang tindi ng gamit dito sa atin. Tayo naman, wala naman tumutugtog ng bituing walang ningning noon. Wala ring tumutugtog ng mga bagong kantang Pilipino eh. Wala tayong sisingilin. Dahil hindi naman nila tayo ginagamit eh. Pero tayo, gamit na gamit sa kanila. So that was what I was telling those artists before. Huwag kayong kagat ng kagat, wala kayong masisingil. Walang radio station ang tutugtog ng ngayon at kailanman. But ano yung bago? Morning, noon, and night, wala akong marinig, kundi yung Bumbaya ba yun? Ano yung Bumbaya?
Ano yan? Bumbaya?
It's a Korean hit now. By the Blackpink. O, paano ngayon? Masisingil na naman tayo ng gusto, pero tayo hindi makakasingil dahil hindi naman nila tinutugtog yung music natin eh. That was the problem that I was maintaining. So I was saying, so when I heard you say intellectual property rights included din dito, isa sa mga books, 20 books, baka mo yan.
20 chapters, sir.
The chapters, 20 chapters. Medyo, ito na naman ang problema nakita ko. Kasali ba ang South Korea? John?
Yes, okay. The RCEP consists of ASEAN, which has 10 member states, which is actually the central entity, and then the 5 other economies of South Korea, China, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, Mr. President.
that's my worry. Ang lalaki na naman ang kikitain nung Blackpink at saka nung BTS dito sa Pilipinas. Pero, ewan ko kung may masisingil sila Ann Curtis na. O,
I will, if I will be allowed to respond, Mr. President, without consulting the resource persons, we just, balik ako rin sa ano natin kahapon eh. Malaki, that's why the bet, I'm betting our future on creativity. So this Philippine Creatives Development Council, we ratified yesterday. So if they can have a plan, mga long-term plan to develop Filipino creativity, kasama po kasi yung songwriting doon eh. Film, computer, marami po yung 9 domains yun eh. So, because of this framework agreement, pag magustuhan naman kasi yung ating tugtog din, ang ating music, makakasingil na po tayo because pantay-pantay na po. Rules are clear, all the treaties are applicable, so makakasingil po tayo. So, siguro, ito lang, Mr. President, we give credit where credit is due. Magaling din siguro yung South Korean composer na nagustuhan ng Filipino market, ginagamit sila. Pakita natin na ang Pilipinas, we adhere and we follow treaties that we are parties to, and we will pay the corresponding royalty payments, Mr. President.
If the chair will be allowed to interject, with the permission of the two gentlemen, I'd like to summarize the ongoing discussion in one simple analogy. We are an ant, the Philippines is an ant among elephants. And to be more specific, the Philippines is an ant among one elephant, which is China, 2 baby elephants, Japan and Australia, some galloping horses like South Korea, Singapore, even Malaysia, New Zealand. So how can we compete? If you are able to convince the chair, Mr. Sponsor, then probably I can change my mind because I'm one of the few or a number of reluctant senators in supporting this measure or this agreement, this partnership. Thank you.
Even the internet kasi,
Yes.
parang talagang agrabyado tayo eh. For example, let's say, sinasabi nga, siguro, what you mean, Your Honor, is that we should reinvent ourselves. We should be more competitive para magustuhan din nila tayo.
Correct, sir.
Problema, the taste of the Filipino, I don't know why we have been convinced by the taste of South Korea as far as music is concerned. Tayo, meron tayong Ben and Ben, meron tayong parokya ni Edgar. Hindi nila pinapansin eh. Paano tayo makakapasok sa market nila?
Diba? Yes, sir. Actually, using the analogy of the elephants, the RCEP provides rules that even the elephants must follow. So, and then actually, sir, tama yun eh. If you look at China, it is the market of China which is also an elephant, which the ant should also desire to sell to. Yun po yun eh. That is actually the essence of this free trade agreement eh. Na, why are we interested actually in having a free trade agreement with China? Because we are talking about opening up their market. Pero if we do nothing after they open up, but we don't take advantage of the agreement, nobody benefits. But that's why we need to take advantage. Sila naman, they're very entrepreneurial, nakatingin din sila sa Philippine market of 110 million. Sabi nila, okay, we will come up with products heavy on technology or good in design, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing to the ears, to sell to the market of 110 million. So sana tayo, Filipinos will be entrepreneurial enough to look at that market of 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion. So ganun din po 'yun. So it's also an elephant of a market which we can also take advantage of. So nasa sa atin na po yun. It's just, the agreement is just a framework eh. Framework agreement, klaro ang rules, applicable sa malaki, applicable sa maliit. Then let creativity, imagination and resilience, resourcefulness take over.
All right. What are the gains that we can get, no?
Gains na.
What are the benefits that we can get from RCEP that cannot be gained from the recent economic laws that we passed, no? Like the amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Law, the amendments to the Foreign Investment Act, and the amendments to the Public Service Act. Bukod dito, marami tayong gains dito. The sponsors here in the Senate and in the House of Representatives will be able to convince us na kaya importante itong mga ito because of the gains that we will get from the international community. What else can we get from the RCEP that we cannot get from these three major laws that we have just recently passed?
Yung RTLA kasi, sir, RTLA will now allow them to invest more in retail trade. Dito sila, to create jobs here. Come here, come to the Philippines, invest, we'll have jobs for our people, maybe cheaper goods also for our consumers. Parang sa foreign investments, ganun din po yun, $200,000, $200,000 ginawa natin. And then PSA, ganun din, sectors of our economy, we open, pasok kayo, invest here, ganun. So, samantalang ang RCEP is actually, we want to access their market. Tayo naman ang punta roon. Oh, that is the essence of RCEP. So, pero by having that opportunity or right to access their market, meron tayong concession din, di ba?
Meron din silang right to access
our
our market.
Okay. Pero, okay, ang market kasi, our market is already accessible. We just, the tariff rates are reduced from 5% on a certain good, binababa natin to 3%, or some will go all the way to 0 after 15 years. Ganun po yung mga mechanism doon to just as a concession. Pero actually, ang ending nito, they made more concession to us. But ang bottom line, sir, as from my discussion with the lead negotiator of the Philippines, those 5 larger economies made more concessions to ASEAN. Sa ASEAN sila, sir, nag-concede, hindi naman sa individual countries, but they made concessions to ASEAN. For example, bigyan mo ko ng example, yung pineapple ba yun? Sabi yung example. May maganda example, sir, eh.
Ito, sir, marami ito. Maybe we'll start from one.
Sige. Kunyari, for example, sir, yun muna yung for example, ito. For example, sir, yung farmers and producers natin ng papaya at durian, they can now export to South Korea. Kasi may concession si South Korea sa ASEAN na 24% pa lang tariff niyan, sir, ang papaya at durian. Sa pagdating sa South Korea, so yung 100 pesos mo, 124 ka agad dun because of the tariff. Ang sabi ng South Korea, if it comes from Philippines and ASEAN, it will be 0 in 10 years. So, ganun yun. So, market access. So, if we want to take advantage of that, we have to plant what we can sell in South Korea. And then,
sino makikinabang dun sa reduction of tariff nun?
Because, okay, our papaya, for example, or durian, gamitin ko yung specific, sir, kasi yun ang...
Sige, papaya.
Kunyari, 100 units ang price niya.
Oo.
Pagdating doon, it will now become 124 because 24% yung ano. Ngayon, because of RCEP, in 10 years' time, wala na yung 24. So yung 100 units cost ng ating papaya will now be 100 pa rin doon, wala ng tariff. So, the expectation is that, yes, it's lower price, therefore it might gain market share. It might gain consumers. Kasi 124 siya ngayon, in 10 years time, 100 na lang siya, baka tataas ang market share o ang number of consumers buying that Philippine product.
In fact, ngayon nagbe-benefit na sila, sir. Kasi
Does it mean ba na liliit na, hindi ba ganun ang intindi ko, ha? Parang liliit yung income nung mag-export from the
Hindi sir,
Philippines.
kasi tariff eh. Yung ating 100 price units na naging 124, that 24 is collection of the South Korean government.
Sa kanila.
Oo, sa kanila.
sa PowerPoint, sir, number 2 tayo.
So, kaya sir, ano to, I mean, ayan, ito ba?
Yes, sir.
For example, sir, ito,
Is number 2 na tayo.
sana kung may pointer tayo.
That one, sir, is...
So for example, sir, itong we are showing on the slide, the papaya, because we're discussing it. Wala pang RCEP niyan. Oh, wala pang RCEP niyan. Philippines is blue line. Oh, we are now, asan yung nasa taas? Malaysia ba yun? Yung orange po na nasa ibaba natin, Malaysia, Philippines number 2 na yan. Wala pa pong RCEP yan, may mga tariffs pa yan. If we do not become a member, so ito yung argument namin sa if we do not become a member, we might even lose that market share and that ranking and the volume of sales because yung other ASEAN countries would be exporting papaya to South Korea under RCEP na zero na ang tariff. Sa Philippines, kung hindi ka member ng RCEP, 24%. Tama, no? So, ganun, sir. Ganun,
I beg your indulgence, Your Honor. Talagang gusto ko lang intindihin ito. I hope you explain it to me like I was grade 3. Ang intindi ko kasi, kung pababa ng pababa ang tariff nila. Ano, na in 10 years, wala na, ang makikinabang doon, yung nag-i-import.
The Korean importer.
The Korean
Yes,
importer.
but
Siya makikinabang.
correct.
Sa tayo, yun din ang presyo natin eh.
But if the Korean importer buys papaya from the Philippines, zero ang tariff niya. But if he buys papaya from, I'll invent a country, Ecuador, meron siyang tariff doon. So he will choose the Philippine papaya.
So,
Because
sa
of
atin
RCEP.
nabibili kasi walang tarif o
Yes, sir.
mababa ang tarif nila.
In the sense that the Korean market might respond, di ba? Kasi, di ba, si Philippine papaya will sell at 100, si Ecuadorian papaya will sell at, let's say, assume natin 30% ng tax, so 130.
30.
So, ganun po yun.
Hindi kaya naman merong epekto na baka mawala na tayo ng papaya dito dahil papadala na lahat doon dahil maganda ang market doon.
Productivity na lang, sir. That's why siguro nga ang ating keyword or slogan natin is productivity is the name of the game. Plant or produce that item which we can sell to the rest of the world because believe sila that it's made in the Philippines or planted or coming from the Philippines.
I am tempted to ask, are we ready?
Yes, sir. Sir, we are ready, but then sometimes knowing the Filipino, if we force ourselves, I think we will be ready and we will respond to the challenges and to the situation. But the DTI says we are ready, and actually, sir, we are ready to compete in their market. Ang tanong kasi is, are we ready for them to compete in our market? But our lead negotiator emphasizes that we only actually made concessions, ibig sabihin nun, binabaan natin yung tariff natin, our pre-RCEP tariff, bababaan natin sa RCEP only in 33. Only in 33 tariff lines for the agri products. 33 lang, sir. The total tariff lines, kasi ang usapan, sir, ito rin natutunan ko rito sa pag-aaral ko rito, there is a harmonized, ano pala yan eh, ano ba yung sa tariff? Harmonized system of tariff. So that's their language. They talk on tariff, so they talk about tariff lines. Pagdating sa agriculture, there would be around 600, hindi, how many, 600? 1,718 tariff lines in agriculture. Only in 33 tariff lines did the Philippines open up in the sense na binabaan natin yung tariff. Some from 5 to 3%, and then some, bigyan mo ng example. Nag-zero tayo sa iba in 10 years, may mga ganon. So, ganun yun, sir. And then, according to our lead negotiator, of the 33 tariff lines, 17 tariff lines are raw materials. So, anong implication nun? Ang argument nila doon, kung raw, pinabaan mo, ang tariff, di mas mura ngayon doon sa Filipino using the raw material to produce a product. Tama? That's correct, no? Okay. 8 of the 33 are inputs also in production. Parang inputs in production also. And then only 8 tariff lines are final goods na for consumption. So, kung ang argument is 17 are raw materials, 18 are inputs, so 25 tariff lines we have lowered. Ang expectation is the consumer price of that product using the items should also go down. Yun pa expectation. For the domestic market, bababa din. Or kung for export din yun, more competitive din yung price niya, mas mababa. So that's the theory, sir, behind this. Okay, may dagdag pa. May technicality pang dagdag na yung 33 tariff lines na binabaan lang natin pala, directed only at 4 countries. 5 lang naman yung kausap niyan. 4 countries, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and China. So meaning to say, yung Japan, for example, Japan, wala. Even doon sa 33 tariff lines na yon, pag magpasok ang Japanese good falling under that tariff line, hindi siya, old rate siya. Tama? MFN rate siya, hindi siya RCEP rate kasi hindi natin sinama si Japan. So ganun po yung mga technicalities po.
All right. Well, I'm really trying my best to digest the propositions of the gentleman, no, and the explanation of the negotiators from the Department of Trade. And you will have to kailangan pagpapasensyaan niyo ko because I've had a very bad experience before. Ganyan yung mga narinig ko nung araw eh. Na, di ba, hindi, may mga safeguards tayo, mayroong protection na ganito. Wala eh. Came about na wala eh. You know, when we entered the WTO, it was the Olympics of trade. And we were not ready for the Olympics. We were ready for the barangay.
Liga.
Liga ng barangay. Ganun eh. Nung napasok tayo eh. And then after 10 years, what happened? Siyempre, yung presidente nung araw, nung panahon na yun, na nagkukumbinsi sa amin, wala na siya, hindi na siya nakaupo. Tatawa-tawa lang siya. Anyway, that's, ganun po ang, I hope you understand where I'm coming
Another
from.
intervention from the chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Before claiming, Your Honor, Mr. Sponsor, before claiming that we are ready, we should first ask a question. Are we prepared? Because being ready, we should be prepared, di ba?
Yes, sir.
We are prepared.
We are prepared.
Our agriculture sector is prepared.
This was negotiated in the course of 8 to 11 years. So, actually, napag-aralan din po ito. Hindi lang naman DTI na gano'n ito. It's a team eh. Composite team. Can you give me the agencies first? 30 agencies, sir. So, 8 years of negotiation. They looked at our figures, our statistics. we are ready. We can compete, and sometimes we just need to be pushed to compete. And the value of a free trade agreement actually is in its use. Kung may free trade agreement but we do not use it, they will use it. Pasok sila sa atin, kaya dapat we should use it. So that's why sabi ko sa DTI, there is really a commitment ng DTI and all the other agencies to conduct educational campaign. Malaman yung product-specific rules na pwede ka palang kumuha ng tuna from Papua New Guinea, ikan mo sa Pilipinas, it's made in the Philippines, and then preferential tariff pag landing doon sa 14 other countries. So, ganun po yun sa pati garments, no? Pati garments, what else? What are the other products na pwede na? Leather goods. So, I've been telling this to my friends in Marikina. The shoe industry sa Marikina, mabubuhay talaga. But it's really a matter of taking advantage, sir, of the agreement because kunyari, ayaw natin mag-take advantage. The Chinese and the South Korean, being entrepreneurial, the Japanese are also looking at the RCEP to try to also sell to the 110 million Filipinos. Pero at any rate, sir, I will differentiate RCEP from the WTO because dung 15 member countries, we are already actually trading with each other. Kahit wala yung RCEP, sir. Like, for example, can you give me the figures? Philippines exports to the 14 other countries, ilan?
We have the ASEAN plus one. So ASEAN.
Hindi, yung percentage ng ating, nandito ba? Hindi ko makita. The 14 other countries, kasi 15 ng RCEP, so tanggalin natin si Philippines. So from the point of view of the Philippines, the 14 other countries, 50% sila ng exports na natin. We're really trading already with them. And then, sila din, the 14 countries, they are the source of 63% of our imports. So, talagang we are really trading with them. And then, RCEP hopefully will give an impetus for more trade. We get to know them more trade-wise. Our economies become more integrated because of more trade through the give and take of lowering tariff doon sa isang chapter, and then plus nga sinasabi na maganda itong agreement because there are topics in the agreement which are not the usual topics of included in free trade agreements.
All right.
Kunin niyo na ulit ito, sobrang dami na.
Let me continue with the DTI impression of the agreement. There was a press release by the DTI saying that RCEP is expected to generate 10.47 increase in the country's exports and 2.02% increase in the real GDP. Is this the best case scenario? Or what must be our economic or business climate before our country can benefit, have the optimum benefits for the agreement?
In the course of my briefings, Mr. President, I have encountered two studies. Di ba? Okay, one study, let's give the name of the person so that they can... Okay, we have Dr. Cesar Cororaton. Cororaton, yes. His projection, so anyway, studies po ito, mga projection lang talaga. One, if we join RCEP, ano ba to? Increase in anong year?
Real GDP.
In what year?
By 2031.
Okay. If we join, sabi ni Dr. Cororaton, sir, if we join RCEP by 2031, okay, our real GDP will increase by 1.93%. Okay. Yung 2.02% is from the study now of Dr. Kimba of PIDS. Tama? PIDS. So, PIDS is the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. So tama, sir, there are two studies. So 2.93 yung prediction ni Dr. Cororaton, Dr. Kimba 2.02%. So both are predicting increase or improvement in our real GDP. Oh, but how is our GDP computed? May base year yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. But that's for RCEP lang.
So
other factors not.
that is just a factual reply, Mr. President.
What if we do not achieve the needed economic or business climate? What will be the effect of RCEP to the Philippines? In other words, what is the worst case scenario, Mr. President?
After joining, because the worst case is not joining because we lose actually market share plus siguro reputational damage pa. But after joining, what is our worst case scenario? Saan tayo? Hindi, not. The question is, excuse me, Mr. President. If the question is if we join, what's the President? Huh?
Oh, if we join and we do not reach the business and economic climate that is
Wala-
ideal,
Very minimal, sir, eh, kasi ang
0.8% only of the trade.
0.8%. Okay. Ang inexpose kasi natin, sir, yung ating parang concessions, we'll just use the concessions in the negotiation. Only the 33 tariff lines, agricultural tariff lines. 33 lang po 'yon, yung minention ko kanina. Oh. So itong 33 tariff lines na ito, may volume of trade diyan eh. Oh, tinignan nila yung volume of trade diyan, that is 0.8% of total imports. So, yun lang po yun. So our downside or negative effect will be limited to the concessions we made under RCEP. Yun lang po yun eh. So, that's 0.8, less than 1% pa of our total imports, yung 33 tariff lines. Kasi, yung DTI showed me on a per line basis, meron kasing tariff line, sir, na the total trade natin dun is zero eh. So we even made concessions on a tariff line which is not active. No one is taking advantage of that item and bringing in that item. So siguro the answer to the question of the Senate President is the worst case after joining RCEP is negligible plus kasi meron kasing ano, sir, meron pang the remedies eh. There are trade remedies, sir eh. There is a menu of trade remedies available to the Philippines just in case something happens na hindi natin anticipated, na hindi natin nakita.
what about revenue losses?
Sa tariff.
In a worst case scenario,
yes,
yeah.
sa tariff.
Hindi ba tayo tatamaan because of the lowering of the tariffs?
Okay.
That's international study, but it can be compensated by the influx of investment, services, opportunities, and export.
Sila Cororaton na lang study. What's this study?
Sa bank study.
Okay.
Because it's an international study, sir.
According to our to RCEP, this is another study. So sila Dr. Cororaton, I think, did not make any projection, and Dr. Kimba. The name, you cannot give the name. Banga, the name, the one who made the study is Banga. The worst case is that because of the tariff concessions, this is including the non-agricultural tariff, di ba? All, because of the other, even the non-agricultural tariff lines na meron tayong concession. $58 million in how many years to?
Because of
Losses.
the
Loss. Yan. So,
foregone revenues,
so because of the lowering of the tariff, parang finorgan revenue natin $58 million.
but that can be
Okay.
compensated by sir.
In exchange for
Teka, annually?
ano na to,
Ano
sir?
yung $58 million?
Yes, per annum, Mr. President, per annum. This is a Boston University study on RCEP by Rashmi Banga. His estimate is that the tariff revenue loss for the Philippines is at $58 million per annum.
3 billion. 3
Ang-
billion pesos.
Yes, sir. Oh. So, that's in the give and take. So, yan yung ating give. Yung give natin, that's the give. In exchange for
Possibly.
possibly or expected.
Increase in export.
Okay. Yun muna. That we also take advantage of RCEP. We are now exporting our export sales. Doon sa 14 other countries. Number one.
We will be attracting investment.
We will be a destination for investments. Kasi possible kasi, sir, that other countries or citizens of non-RCEP countries who want to take advantage of the RCEP arrangement will invest in an RCEP member country and hopefully in the Philippines.
Just like European leather companies.
Europe.
Center here.
Tama. A good example, sir, is the European leather company. The European leather company would rather locate in an RCEP country so that the leather goods destination will, like for example, China, will have zero tariff. While if he remained in Europe, anong tariff siya dyan? If he remained in Europe and then sent the leather goods directly to China, the tariff would be 10 to 20%. Ano ba? Hindi, yung ano pa yung ano? Okay, additional in exchange for the revenue loss, tariff loss would be the projected additional jobs. 1.4 million additional jobs in 2031. Dr. Cororaton po ito. And then, poverty, Dr. Cororaton, sir, I'll just cite the study. Poverty incidence will be reduced by 3.62%. Consumer price index, 0.48, reduced. So, sabihin nun, and this is inflation. So, even inflation will be controlled. The prices for skilled wages will go up, even unskilled wages will go up. So, ganun po yung mga projections. So, for tariff revenue loss, that's the give, that's our give. Our take is countless or numerous, too many to mention, and definitely will overcome the $58 million per year tariff, ano ba, hindi na siya loss eh. Ano tawag mo doon? Foregone revenue. Yes, foregone revenue, Mr. President.
Pero, well, in layman's terms, Your Honor, how would the agreement help our agricultural sector and the country's MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises?
Unahin muna natin.
Paano makakatulong ito? I want this, I want this for the record. You know, Your Honor, Mr. President, I want to be convinced because I've had the experience already of voting against the GATT in WTO before, di ba? Kaya, you know where I'm coming from.
Yes, sir.
And during that time, it has happened in the past. Instead of receiving the supposed gains from the WTO, our agriculture sector did not show any signs of growth since then. In fact, the agriculture's contribution to our gross domestic product decreased from 20 to 10%. 10%. Yun po yung that is the impact that I have experienced before. E ngayon po, I overheard NEDA and DTI itself categorically saying that there will be an impact on the agricultural sector, industry, the agriculture industry, because of the anticipated imports. Have they assessed, in terms of amount, its effect on the agricultural production? How much will we might lose annually? Pagka ganon, kung talagang naniniwala sila na may tama ito sa agricultural sector.
Excluded sila, kaya nga eh. Yes, sir. We want to actually. Oo nga, sir, we want to present it in a parang logical way, no, na the agriculture sector actually was being protected by our negotiators. Ano yun? Top of mind po nila yun. That's why we have to start with an exclusion list. Ibig sabihin nun, ang mga can we show the exclusion list? Kasi hindi yan. Basta sensitive and highly sensitive goods yan. Alam nila yon eh. Hindi yan sir, may magandang slide na yung exclusion list. So excluded ito mga to. We will I hope we can show this slide so that so exclusion na yon, meaning to say do not worry. The tariff adjustments will not affect you. So I have my index card na. So pero sayang sana if we can flash it. So some of the agricultural goods excluded from any tariff commitment under the RCEP agreement are swine meat, fresh, chilled, frozen, edible offal of bovine animals, swine, sheep, goats, horses, asses, mules, or hinnies, fresh, chilled, or frozen, liver. Ano to liver? Including the liver? Including the liver. Sana i-flash na lang natin. So,
Sana nga.
oo nga, para mahirap sa poultry meat. Yan sir. Number 3, poultry meat, fresh, chilled, frozen. Potatoes, fresh or chilled. Onion, shallots, garlic, leeks, and other oleaceous vegetables. Marami tayong natututunan dito sir, pang mga terms. Cabbages, cauliflowers, kohlrabi, kale, and similar edible brassicas. Fresh or chilled. Carrots. Ayan ba? That's it. I hope we can. Lettuce, fresh or chilled. Sweet potatoes, coffee, maize or corn, rice. Ayan.
Mr. Sponsor,
Yes, sir.
these are excluded because they are being smuggled.
And another topic na po yan kasi tandaan nyo sir, if there's smuggling happening now, RCEP is not to blame kasi RCEP is not yet effective eh. So it's really a different topic eh.
Looking at it another way, no, from another perspective. Ngayon pa lang na smuggled agricultural products ang kalaban ng mga farmers natin. Naghihingalo na sila.
Correct.
Pag inopen mo pa yung market natin, patay na sila.
Excluded nga sir eh. That's why we approach this in a logical way sir. Excluded to. I mean RCEP is actually not supposed to damage you tariff-wise na binigyan ng yung mga goods na excluded, hindi binigyan yung mga nag-export na dito, hindi binigyan ng additional benefit. Same rules pa rin sila, same tariff
okay.
sila.
So, and vice versa?
Hindi,
Sa kanila din?
Hindi, kanya-kanyang exclusion po yan.
Exclusion, Philippines
China,
na ito.
yes, this is Philippines because we know our sensitive products eh.
Ang China, meron din sila
Sa China,
exclusion.
meron din po sila.
Ano exclusion nila?
Ano exclusion doon ng China?
Would you know?
We can produce the list, pero ganun lang po yun. If the Filipino exporter should also be familiar with the exclusion list of China, pero ang ibig sabihin naman nun is, he just cannot use, the Filipino exporter cannot just use the RCEP tariff, RCEP for that item kasi nga in-exclude siya ng China. Pero may ibang rules pa ron. He can still export to China but subject to the usual tariff rates. So yun po yun, ano? So exclusion, yan po. So sabi ng ating negotiators, we know that these are sensitive products, we exclude them. So do not worry. Do not worry. Under RCEP, the tariffs will not be reduced or touched. Touched the tariff, okay. And then, ang ginawa ng negotiators natin, they limited even the concessions to the 33. Pagdating po sa 33 tariff lines na agriculture sector. So yun po yun. So those are the steps. So may exclusion na, may na-limit pa sa 33 tariff lines. Tapos, yung agricultural products pa natin, maka-access pa ng market nung mga lima, yung 5 bigger economies, because they made some concessions to us. For example, so these are new, new. Okay. Because of RCEP, hindi ito, because of RCEP, preserved pineapples can now be exported from the Philippines to China under a preferential tariff rate. So, ganun, gumanda. So, ganun. Pineapple juice. Sa China po muna itong bigay ko example, coconut juice. Yun po yun. Ngayon, sa Japan, for example, coffee, fish fillet, canned salmon, sunflower seed oil, chocolate. Chocolate, sir. Yung pwede natin na fruit cocktail. So may kanya-kanya pong concessions yung... ayan, naka-flash po. May kanya-kanya pong concessions yung mga 5 big economies, although si Australia at si New Zealand, halos na. Although we give credit where credit is due. Si Australia at New Zealand, open na po sila noon pa. So talagang open sila. Willing silang pasukan yung kanilang market. So, yan po. We are back to, if you look at Korea, we are fresh papaya, fresh durian. So, these are new concessions made possible by RCEP. So, but it's really up to us, for our Filipino farmers and producers to take advantage.
Then just to set the record straight also, itong mga pinag-uusapan natin to, binabanggit natin ito, that's already cast in stone, ano? Hindi natin pwedeng galawin yung agreement eh.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Kunyari,
So yan na yan, yung
yes,
mga
we are,
napag-usapan.
no, we cannot. No.
And just going back a little before my last 2 points, yung sa intellectual property rights, hindi na natin kayang galawin yun.
Actually, sir, hindi na, okay, sir, general rule, hindi na natin pwedeng galawin. But may I know what is the concern of the Senate President?
Yung royalties, doon ako kabado.
Actually, sir, it facilitates the collection of royalties. Ang problem, ang point mo na nga, sir, is,
Facilitates the collection of royalties by Korea to the Philippines.
and also
Pero wala
vice versa.
tayo.
Unfortunately, there's nothing to collect. That's why it's not the fault of the RCEP, but it's a challenge to the Filipino creatives industry, yung pinasa natin batas kahapon, to produce more that the world market will like. Ganun po ang ating gagawin. Pero as far as collection, sir, meron it should facilitate the collection of the royalties. Pero if there is something to collect.
All right. I do not want to prolong the agony on this issue because I'm agonizing eh. Pagdating dito sa intellectual property rights, hirap na hirap talaga loob ko. But I think I have something in mind in the very near future. Parang na-challenge actually ako dun sa binanggit mo na mag-improve tayo, pasukin natin yung market. We might just be able to come up with something. Well, anyway, let me move on to my last 2 points. Isang komentaryo to that I would like to get your reaction. I would like to get your reaction on this commentary, and then I will go to the second or the last point, which is the issue of the Bureau of Customs. Okay. There is an article by Mr. Raul Montemayor of the National Manager of the Federation of Free Farmers Cooperatives Incorporated. It was published yesterday. He said, I quote, RCEP provisions for transitional safeguards concern us a lot. They set a cap or limit on the amount of safeguard duties if an import surge occurs. No additional duty is allowed beyond this cap, even if proven insufficient. He continues, RCEP defenders nevertheless cite 2 paragraphs in RCEP's legal text on trade remedies, which state that member countries can apply the WTO's safeguard provisions in lieu of the RCEP transitional safeguards. Now, We are convinced, no right-thinking country will resort to RCEP's restrictive safeguards, knowing it can follow WTO rules, which do not limit the trade remedies. So why did the RCEP negotiators devote 7.5 out of 9 pages dealing with RCEP transitional safeguards only to supersede it at the end? Until now, we have not received a convincing explanation from government. May we ask the sponsor to comment on this? I was disturbed when I read the column on the article of Mr. Montemayor, who comes from the Federation of Free Farmers Cooperatives Incorporated.
So we make of record, Mr. President, that all trade remedies available in WTO agreements, such as safeguard measures, general safeguards and special safeguards, anti-dumping and countervailing measures, will still be available and can be invoked by RCEP parties, which are parties to the WTO. So this is clear in Article 7.97.11 of RCEP. Nothing in RCEP shall affect the rights and obligations of the parties under Article 19 of GATT 1994 and the Safeguards Agreement. What is only prohibited is the imposition of both RCEP safeguard and WTO safeguard on the same good at the same time. So, meaning to say, the aggrieved party must choose, the remedy that he wants. So,
well, is he correct when he says that, ba't nilagay pa nila ito? Meron naman pala, pwede rin pala yung WTO na lang na safeguards or remedies ang gagamitin.
Actually, sir, gumanda nga eh. May additional, actually, RCEP provides an additional remedy. It provides an additional remedy. So actually, it depends on the aggrieved party which saan siya, anong remedy ang kanyang i-avail. This is where the education campaign of the DTA will really be helpful. Kasi this is how they explained it to me. Yung WTO, yung buong bansa, di ba? For example, surge in imports. This is a simplified sir, as far as I understand it. If you surge in imports, if you use WTO remedy, kasi may computation yan eh. You will use the computation mo ng imports mo from all the WTO member countries. Kasi yun ang remedy, yun ang gusto mong remedy. Pero pag RCEP remedy ang ginamit mo, and surge in imports, kasi may formula din po yan, you only look at the imports coming from the 14 other countries. So this is an illustration that RCEP provides an additional remedy actually, and a different remedy. Pero what the aggrieved party will choose, pag-aralan na ng mabuti yan, with maybe with DTI and Council International Trade Lawyers advice.
So, bottom line, you're saying that iba yung itong possible remedies na binibigay ng RCEP? Or covered lahat ng WTO yan?
What we're saying is not to be worried, because even if we sign RCEP, remedies under WTO agreements are still available to us, to all of us. Hindi lang Philippines, but also to all of the 15.
All right. Like the WTO got, the agreement, there is an out. Is there an out? Dito pwede tayong mayaw?
Okay. We go now to our resolution of concurrence. Yung atin, may andun po, can I get the let's now go to the, our resolution of concurrence provides, yung last paragraph yan. So, this is the committee report now, sir. Our resolution of concurrence consists of 3 pages. So, the last paragraph of our resolution of concurrence is resolved further that the President of the Philippines may, with the concurrence of the Senate, withdraw from the treaty.
Pero wala doon sa treaty.
Nandun din po, sir. Nandun din
Saan?
po. Article 20.7, withdrawal. Any party may withdraw from this agreement by providing written notice of its withdrawal to the depositary.
Okay, yan. All right.
At saka sovereign.
It's good to know.
And,
Because the WTO has an article, Article 31, withdrawal. So, meron naman
At saka
pala.
sa ano rin, sir, I think we will never surrender our sovereign right to withdraw. Kasi we exercise sovereign right to enter. We did not lose that sovereign right also to withdraw.
All right, thank you, thank you. Now, okay, just one last point. I'm sure many of our colleagues would like to bring up some issues also. It was mentioned by DTI Assistant Secretary Alan Hepty.
Yes, sir.
Sino ba si... siya, yeah.
Who is here? For
That
the record,
RCEP,
who is here?
according to him, the RCEP will modernize customs procedures, which includes the use of information technology in the imposition of tariffs on imports. Will this measure translate to the deterrence of smuggling? Ganun ba yun?
Ito ba gusto mo sagot? Ito ba?
Okay,
Okay,
paalala ko lang,
yes,
matagal na nating minomodernize ang Board of
Correct, sir.
Customs. Ayaw nila.
Ayaw
May
naman.
pondo, ayaw nila. Gusto may human intervention. So how do we do this?
Actually, ito, as chairman of our Committee on Foreign Relations, ito rin po yung nakita ko na by entering into some treaties like yung Istanbul Convention, yung Convention on Temporary Admission, customs din po yun. We are really forcing customs to modernize or to adopt best practices worldwide. So, okay. Anong sagot mo dito sa customs at tanong?
There is an agreement, sir, to apply information technology.
There's part of the agreement, sir.
Apply information technology.
Part of the RCEP agreement is for all parties, siyempre, to
Adopt information technology,
to-
sir.
to-
Trade, sir.
yes, for their customs authorities to adopt information technology
To facilitate trade.
to facilitate trade.
So that's modernization.
Commitment po yan, under RCEP. So, commitment yan. Ngayon, if we need, so that is now, since the treaty to this is a treaty we enter, this is now our legal basis to crack the whip on customs to shape up. Ang maganda rin, sir, sa treaty, nare-realize ko,
Trade facilitation mechanism. Release of goods.
nationals and other countries will be affected. If our customs will not shape up, ang complainants na natin would no longer be Filipinos or Filipino importers or exporters. It would be our treaty partners. Reklamo na sila sa atin. What's wrong with your customs authority? Even yung mga, kasi meron ding under RCEP, sir, may time
48 hours.
trade facilitation ang tawag dito, 48 hours for,
48 hours release of goods from arrival and lodgement of documents. Pag perishable, 6 hours.
pag non-perishable, 48 hours must be released if it's under RCEP. Non-perishable from lodgement,
From arrival.
and the submission of documents. Pag perishable, ilang hours? 6 hours. So,
They will have to adjust their
sir, treaty obligation yan, by treaty. We obligated ourselves. Sinong taga-execute yan? Customs.
With the permission, again,
Palagay natin, hindi gawin.
ayun.
Okay, hindi gawin.
Hindi gawin
Okay.
ng customs.
Okay.
Kasi ngayon, hindi ginagawa
Ang napapahiya, hindi lang customs. Buong
Tayo.
bansa ang napapahiya.
Correct.
Okay. So
Correct,
now,
pero may mga ilang beses na tayo na-experience mula nung naupo tayo ng 2016 hanggang ngayon. Ang daming kahihiyan ng
yes, sir.
customs
So,
Pero hindi nahihiya
kaya nga sir, because of sa treaty na nga natin dinadaan. Kasi now,
Mr. Senate President and the sponsor, are there sanctions for non-compliance with the agreement?
So tawag
Are there
niya sa
sanctions?
magiging dispute, sir, magrereklamo.
So,
Magrereklamo.
pwede magmulta pa yung Republic of the Philippines?
Hindi naman, sir, merong parang merong parang secretariat, may mga committees, magrereklamo.
So what will be the outcome? Kung ma-prove na hindi nag-comply yung Pilipinas, say yung customs natin hindi nag-modernize, so what would be the sanctions? Meron bang fines?
The parties will have to force you to make good your obligations.
Yeah,
So that's the pressure.
I'm interested because kung may fines, hindi nag-comply ang
Hindi, sir.
customs,
Sir?
gumastos pa tayo.
Sir, reputational damage and pressure from your treaty partners for you to comply in good faith with what you have signed. Sabi nyo, 48 hours, 6 hours, o tapos, kasi isa yan, sir, sa feature na RCEP, measurable na lahat eh. Even actually disputes, pag may reklamo yung isang bansa sa laban sa isang bansa, even that dispute must be settled within certain number of months or days.
Your Honor, Mr. President, I hope the incoming administration is listening to us, and they would be aware of this. Because based on the hearings that the Committee of the Whole conducted relative to the agricultural smuggling, one of the primary problems of the Bureau of Customs that prevents them to intercept contrabands is the lack of first border control inspection facilities, which we have budgeted since 2019, but has not been implemented up to the present. Kung ngayon na meron tayong mga existing laws, may budget na tayo para doon, hindi pa rin ginagawa. So talagang napakahalaga siguro. I am flabbergasted by a report that I received from intelligence, I will not name where and who, but I received an intelligence report, a confidential intelligence report, that there are at least 22 personalities involved in the vegetable smuggling. And I can count that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come from the Department of Agriculture. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 come from the Bureau of Customs. Aside from the ordinary, the importers or the so-called smugglers, vegetable smugglers. Matindi to. Pagka ganyan, wala rin mangyayari sa atin pagka hindi natin nasugpo ito. As I said, the incoming administration should be very well aware of this. I am planning to submit a report. I will file with the Bills and Index a report tomorrow of the Committee of the Whole on the technical smuggling or the vegetable smuggling, agricultural smuggling, and I will include this report. I will include the names of these personalities so that the new administration can be very well aware. Kung gusto nating maging matagumpay yung RCEP, ito isa sa mga kailangan nating galawin. Kailangan talagang super shape up ang Bureau of Customs.
Do we intend to discuss the report that Your Honor will file tomorrow in tomorrow's session?
If we can,
we have time.
if we can, if
That's
we have
good.
time, why not? But just to make sure that it is all on record, that is the reason that I will prepare it. It's almost prepared already. I'll just finish it up tonight. Anyway, thank you very much, Your Honor. The distinguished gentleman, the former Senate President, thank you for your answers. I will study carefully the responses that you have given, and we will see how it will work out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Senate President, to respond to your questions. They were the replies of an amateur, not really an expert, but I tried my best as I understand the agreement. But the question about customs, ganito kasi, the treaty making is the domain of the executive branch. Siya pumasok dyan eh, executive branch eh. 8 long years, negotiation, pasok. Sabi niya, oh. Then terms, they finalize the terms. Therefore, ang sabi ng executive branch, we can do it. Oh. Customs falls under executive branch. So, disiplinahin dapat ng executive branch lahat ng kailangan disiplinahin to make that agreement which it entered into successful. We are just actually fulfilling or playing our constitutional role of concurring in the ratification of a treaty. Not treaty and negotiated by the executive branch, the terms of which were finalized by the executive branch, kasama dun yung need to shape up the Bureau of Customs. But I'm talking about executive branch now because the president is the chief executive, the national chief executive. So that's my hope, Mr. President, na sana the Philippines, when we sign something in the name of our country and our people and our nation, we are serious also that we will discharge our obligations in the document that we signed. So kasama po doon yung customs modernization. So I'm glad that we are also forcing our customs authorities to shape up through treaties. Yan po ang napansin ko that because this is not the only treaty na kailangan yung customs we also concurred in the ratification of 1 or 2 of these treaties. So thank you, Mr. President, for the chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move for 1 minute suspension?
Session is suspended for 1 minute.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Pampanga, our esteemed colleague, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, to ask questions, Mr. President, to the distinguished sponsor, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized to continue interpellation of the sponsor, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I know if the good sponsor is willing to yield to a number of questions?
Yes, Mr. President, willingly.
At the onset, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, we see the value of entering to this and ratifying the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. But I have some questions regarding the timing, as well as the impact on agriculture, so that we can place it on record. Admittedly, having reviewed the provisions and consulted with a number of stakeholders, admittedly, the RCEP will be good for our for industry. It will be good for services. But I have my reservations about its impact on agriculture. In the context of our desire to secure our food, food security definitely is a fundamental concern.
Food security.
The right to food is fundamental, and our fear is the agriculture sector will suffer unless interventions of government are undertaken. But before we go into the details, the substance of the measure and how it will impact on agriculture, my understanding, Mr. President, is that, distinguished sponsor, is that there is a deadline for us to enter into this or ratify this treaty. Section 20.9 of RCEP on accession provides that it shall be open for accession by any state 18 months after the date of entry into force. We have 18 months from January 2022, or we have until July 1, 2023 to ratify RCEP. Is that not right?
As a state party, original state party, signatory to the agreement, we can join anytime.
Yes.
I think that provision is addressed to other countries who might be interested in joining our group. So, ang ibig sabihin yan, actually, the 15 countries want to enjoy first the benefits of RCEP for the, ano ba sabi doon, 18 months? 18 months.
Yes, yes. The reason why I raised the matter of entering into ratifying the agreement is precisely because of our concern for the agriculture sector.
Yes, sir.
Number one. Number two, based on our understanding of the impact of RCEP to the agriculture sector, unless there are government interventions put in place prior to our entry, then the agriculture sector will suffer. For example, the matter of our being a net importer of agricultural products. We will be buried in terms of competition and competitiveness in the sector of agriculture in terms of exports. For the record, for example, our exports in 2020 was about $5.2 billion. That's the Philippines. Put this in the context of the exports of Indonesia, which is $29.5 billion. Thailand is $34 billion, $34.9 billion. Vietnam is $16.5 billion. So in ASEAN alone, their exports, if not 5, 6, 4 times larger than ours. And definitely, in terms of being able to compete, we are far, far behind in that regard. Now, in the context also of our capacity, government capacity to support the sector, Vietnam is spending about 6% of GDP for agriculture, if I'm not mistaken. Thailand is spending about almost 4% GDP for agriculture. And we are spending about 2%. Again, in an open and free market, how do we expect the agriculture sector to be able to compete with these export powerhouses? In that context, my fear is that the agriculture sector will further suffer. In the last 2 years, the biggest job losses was in agriculture. 50% in 2020 of our jobs that were lost was in the agriculture sector. And so when we enter into this agreement without the necessary preparations, then I fear there will be more job losses, there will be more farms that will belly up and close, and therefore malaki ang magiging impact sa ating food security. For the record also, I understand 4 countries have yet to ratify the RCEP. That is Indonesia, India, Myanmar, and the Philippines. Do we have information as to why these 4 countries have not ratified the RCEP?
Can I make a correction, sir? Okay. Number one, let us not count India anymore because India has opted out. So hindi siya expected really to ratify and to participate. Myanmar deposited its instrument of ratification, but because of a political issue, whether or not the leadership submitting it is to be recognized or not, that's a different issue, sir. So actually, ang naiwan na lang na not ratifying not submitting, depositing the instrument of ratification would be Philippines and Indonesia.
Do we have information as to why Indonesia has not?
Finalizing now, this week.
The latest is that Indonesia might submit its instrument of ratification this week, Mr. President. So we cannot answer the reason why they are not. Ang aming latest, sir, is they will submit this week.
No, sir, the process pinafinalize. So in the next few weeks, sir, baka matapos na lahat.
Okay. Correction, sir. So just to be accurate, that they are finalizing also their process of ratification or concurrence, and we expect that in the next couple of weeks, Indonesia will be filing with the Secretariat.
It would be interesting to note why India, a huge
I know about India.
powerhouse in agriculture.
I made some research. The main reason actually is their trade deficit. They looked at their trade deficit with China, and they fear that under RCEP it might increase.
In fact, that is also should be our concern, because we are a net importer of agricultural products, and therefore the concern is when we enter into this agreement, considering the support of governments of other countries, then we will further increase the deficit, the trade deficit for agriculture. So that is a serious concern. In fact, the data that we have with respect to the WTO, there were a lot of promises, a lot of rosy pictures, a rosy picture about how agriculture would benefit from our entry to the WTO. But from our entry in 1994, we used to be a net exporter of agricultural products, and yet it has not benefited us, and we are now worse off than we were prior to entering the WTO. My fear is the same will happen with respect to the agriculture sector with RCEP, that the rosy picture being presented may in fact be just a rosy picture, but the opposite will happen. Sabi nga, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We entered into the WTO. We believe that the agriculture sector would benefit from this, and yet the opposite has happened. So, do we not expect, unless there is active intervention on the part of government to ensure that our agriculture sector is well supported, well funded, increased spending in agriculture, government spending in agriculture, would we not expect the same result, that RCEP will in fact further increase our deficits in terms of imports, as well as that the agriculture sector will suffer?
Let me respond, Mr. President. In the case of India, I want to go back to India. It feared a worsening trade deficit with China because it does not have an existing free trade agreement with China. So parang talagang something new yan. This RCEP will be our first free trade agreement with China. Natakot sila sa implication. While the Philippines already has a free trade agreement with China through ASEAN +1, no? FTA with China. And there is a study shown to me and given to me also during my briefings by Dr. Kimba of PIDS. He, Philippines to, no? The Philippines?
Yes, sir, sa atin to.
Oh, this is a
Ito yung study niya, sir. Ito, atin.
Yes, for example, sir, if you look at the GDP per capita, he gave us a figure of before WTO, $1,679 before WTO, and then 2019. So it's a year where we are already well into the WTO regime. The Philippine GDP per capita is $3,664. So that means we have one metric which we can use to show that WTO membership did not damage us as far as GDP per capita is concerned. And then there are some other metrics there shown on the screen, Mr. President. And maybe it's not the difficulties encountered by our agricultural sector or by our economy in general cannot all be blamed on WTO membership, because a lot of events have happened after that. The Asian financial crisis of 1997, yung 2008, and then of course our political situation, sir. That's this representation's humble opinion that maybe we cannot really blame it all on the WTO membership, Mr. President.
I understand, Mr. President. Mr. President, the other issue that I'm raising, also in the context of a deadline, which is June 2023, we have 18 months from January 2022 to ratify this agreement, is the allegation, or at least the concern raised by stakeholders in the agriculture sector, that there was insufficient consultations from the agriculture sector.
Can I respond, Mr. President?
Yes.
Because I want to correct immediately the misimpression that we have a deadline. We don't have a deadline. We are an original signatory, a member of the RCEP. My reading of that section, sir, where it mentions 18 months, refers to, let us say, Papua New Guinea wanting to
other countries
wanting to join. They cannot join for the 18 months kasi tayo muna mag-enjoy the 15 kada tama, di ba? It's a negative, no? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let me rephrase the question. Can we join and ratify this before June 2023 without reneging on our treaty obligations?
Yes, anytime. Yes.
Right.
Yes,
well, that is
better for your argument.
Yes. In other words,
that there is no deadline.
Yes. In other words, we have until June 2023 to enter into and ratify as a regional signatory this particular measure.
No, we have no deadline, sir.
So we
have
can
no
ratify it even beyond June
Yes, sir.
2023.
Yes, sir.
Well, then, therefore, perhaps, and I read somewhere that the incoming administration has publicly said that they would like to study
Yeah,
the ramifications. I raised that because, you know, the incoming administration is poised to take over in 1 month.
yeah.
It will inherit the requirements or the challenges, particularly in the agriculture sector, as to how it can prime the agriculture sector in terms of budgetary support. Yung nabanggit kanina ng ating Senate President na yung problema sa smuggling, yung problema ng BOC, yung ating kawalan ng first border controls. Hindi ba dapat mas mainam na wag muna tayong mag-ratify, bigyan natin ang papasok na gobyerno na mapag-aralan ito ng husto, mapaghandaan ito, mapondohan ng sapat yung agrikultura, yung budget para sa agrikultura, para handa talaga tayong humarap dito sa magiging kompetisyon, particular sa agri-sector.
Okay, sinagot ko po yung tanong nyo on the deadline as a lawyer. So talagang walang deadline. Pero I'm not suggesting that we delay because the cost of delay is tremendous. Not only in terms of the reputational damage to the Republic of the Philippines because RCEP boasts of ASEAN centrality. And the Philippines is a major player in ASEAN, and yet this product of ASEAN, the biggest trade bloc in the world, the Philippines has delayed its participation, and we actively participated in negotiating the terms for 8 to 11 years. And then the investors, the time, because there's a saying, diba, time is money. So the time that we are not a member yet of RCEP, investors now who want to take advantage of that largest trading bloc in the world would want to locate in RCEP countries. So wala tayo sa radar, sir, kasi hindi pa tayo na gano'n. So gano'n. And then, yung isa pang worse, yung nakalocate na raw rito, baka umalis pa, lumipat sa RCEP ratifying country. And then one is yung market din natin, sir. Kanina, for example, yung pinakita natin, share natin sa market share sa South Korea of papaya, wala pang RCEP yun. Second placer na tayo to Malaysia. So if we are not now a member of RCEP and the ASEAN countries trade under RCEP terms to export to South Korea, then we expect that market share of the Philippine papaya to also go down. So times how many number of items po yan. So, and then part of the objectives of RCEP is to further integrate our economies. Kasi as I stated earlier, Philippines already trades with the 14 other countries by exporting to them and importing from them. So this should enhance, our trading, lalalim pa sana. Our economies will be integrated more. Trade would be seamless. Friction costs will be, or administrative costs would be lesser. Goods will be priced more fairly or cheaper. So we lose all of these possible effects and advantages, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with respect to the loss of advantages, is it not right that we do have existing FTAs with all these other countries today, and that we are able to enjoy, through these FTAs, preferential or privileges or preferential treatment, even without the RCEP? In other words, the loss of face, the loss of opportunity, is it not more out of fear rather than reality on the ground? Because we will continue to trade with them, with our FTAs.
Yes, the ASEAN plus one,
Yes.
the specific country. But RCEP introduces new concepts Actually, even better tariff concessions. So number one, may gumalaw din yung ibang tariff, sir, na kunyari ASEAN plus Japan, may tariff rates doon, but merong RCEP tariff rates na better for us, for ASEAN members exporting to Japan. And then yung accumulation of goods yung item. Now we're talking about exporting an item to Japan, okay, for example. But that item which is made in the Philippines, if we are a member of RCEP, we can get raw materials and other inputs from the 14 other countries. Then come up with the Philippine-made product, and it's made in the Philippines, and it qualifies for RCEP, for the preferential trade tariff under RCEP. Ngayon, kung sa ASEAN plus one, sir, the Philippine manufacturer or producer who wants to export to Japan will now be limited to ASEAN, in the sourcing of his, and Japan. So, ganun po yun. So, even sa rules of origin, sa accumulation of goods, it will be advantageous for us. Kasi laki na po yung pwede nating pagkunan. So, kaya balik ako yung sa kanina ko na sinasabi na Filipino creativity na yan. All 14 countries, we have access to the same materials. Pagalingan ngayon tayo ng creativity and then quality ng ating trabaho. So, that's one, sir. And then, of course, the rules. Yun na nga, the rules. They have improved on the rules. Forms, there will be uniform forms if you trade under RCEP. Disputes, time-bound ang settlement. So, maraming improvements o pagbabago compared to the ASEAN plus one FTAs. Yes. But for the record, this will coexist. As the ASEAN plus one plus Japan will coexist with RCEP.
Yes, thank you. Just to place also on record, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, the concern of the agriculture sector. Like I said earlier, this will be good for industry, will be good for services, but I'm not sure the same will apply for agriculture. And I read a column the other day. Why are we focusing on the 11 million farmers when 100 million Filipinos will benefit from this free trade agreement? I think that observation may be a bit incomplete. For the record, Mr. President, agriculture GDP contribution is 10%.
10%, okay.
But agriculture manufacturing is about another 15%. And services, agriculture logistics, warehousing is another 10%. In other words, the total contribution of agro-industrial and allied services is about 35% of GDP. 35. And so this is not just 11 million farmers. This is 35% of our GDP that will be impacted if we are not able to provide the necessary support to beef up our competitiveness in agriculture, Mr. President. And I fear that, again, 35% of GDP is not a laughing matter. It's something that we have to really take into consideration when we jump into or when we ratify the RCEP. The other point that we were raising is the consultations that about 100+ organizations in the agriculture sector are concerned about the lack of consultation. Consultation. May we hear from the good sponsor, how did we address this? Because this is a statement from
some groups.
Yes, several groups.
Yes, several groups.
There are like about I have 83 organizations and another 20 individuals in agriculture. So over 100 individuals and organizations who are appealing to the Senate
Yes.
to provide for greater consultations and clarity as regards the process of ratifying.
Yes.
Should we not consider precisely postponing the ratification to a later date, get the stakeholders actively participating in the process, so that we have a agriculture sector that is fully engaged and fully committed moving forward, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. But before I answer the question, I agree with His Honor that, no matter the number of Filipino farmers affected, we should look after their welfare. 11 million man yan, o 1 million man yan. We should look after their welfare. They are not to be sacrificed in the name of free trade.
Thank you.
Tulungan po natin sila. Ngayon, that's why later siguro, I will present the programs and initiatives of the DA. Kasi ang sabi ko kasi sa DA, with or without RCEP, di ba dapat tulungan ang agricultural sector? I mean, so, sabi ko, what are the plans? It's good that they have a plan, so I will now mention some of their plans later after I answer the consultation. So this should be implemented with or without RCEP. I want to make that of record because we need to help our agricultural sector. Very basic po yan. The pandemic has shown us the importance of a little more self-sufficiency in food and the basic items.
Yes, yes.
So, okay, on the issue of consultation, sir, ganito kasi yun as I understand it. There's a committee on international trade within the Department of Agriculture na unfortunately, this became inactive ba o dissolved?
It was abolished.
Inactive is the word used by ASEC Noel Padre, sir. So I will use that word. That CIT became inactive for a certain period of time. But what is that period of time? That is the August 2019 to November 2020. But our negotiators tell me and assure me and guarantee that during that particular period of time, where the CIT was inactive, there were no changes or negotiations regarding market access under RCEP. So, yung ibig lang sabihin, during the time period when the CIT was active, for example, between April 2018 and August 2019, kasi active pa si CIT doon, there were 2 CIT meetings where RCEP was discussed. And then, the last Philippine offer list was submitted for RCEP negotiations in April 2018, while the last agricultural stakeholders consultation on RCEP through PCAF's committee was held on August 9, 2019. So, before August 2019, there were numerous consultations with that CIT, yung Committee on International Trade, where farmers' organizations are represented in that CIT. So even FTA negotiations of Philippine-Korea FTA, Philippine-EU FTA, the TPP, were discussed with that CIT. So the Agriculture Department always made it a point to consult with the CIT before engaging other agencies in crafting the Philippine trade negotiating tactics and positions. So marami pa po silang mga sinabi rito, but that's the main point, sir, that indeed, there was a period of time, it was inactive, but the point is RCEP was never discussed or no terms of RCEP were changed during that period of time. What is the status of the CIT now? Active siya? Yes. But right now, I'm asking Sir ASEC Noel Padre, CIT, active now? It has been reactivated now, sir.
Yes.
And then that's on the part of the CIT, and then on the part of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, I want to report to to my colleagues and to this body that we gave time. We gave time to almost everybody who wanted to say their piece or something. So we held hearings October 29, 2021, November 5, 2021, December 3, 2021. Present were government agencies plus private sector, NGOs, farmers' organizations, Trade Justice Pilipinas, and upon request of some oppositors, I scheduled a fourth special kind of committee hearing where we had a modified debate format. Alyansang Agrikultura was also present. When was this modified format natin? So I really, the committee, sir, really spent time, gave time to all of the oppositors.
Yes, we thank the sponsor for allowing the stakeholders to participate, even if it was towards the end, as it was being presented for ratification.
Yes, already here.
Is it correct, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, that in an official letter to the Senate, the Department of Agriculture did not cite any threats emanating from RCEP, had no preparatory measures, and therefore recommended immediate ratification? I think the reason why they're concerned was precisely because the DA, among others, failed to, or did not cite any threats to the agriculture sector emanating from RCEP.
The question is calls for a fact if a letter was sent, so we will check.
In an official letter to the Senate, the DA did not cite any threats emanating from RCEP. It did not, it had no preparatory measures and thus recommended ratification. And private groups numbering 104 strongly disputed this in a letter to the Senate.
In
other words, the threats that the stakeholders had wanted to be placed on record at the very least, no less than the DA.
I have here, Mr. President, a letter dated October 27, 2021, addressed to this representation as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations from Secretary Dar. But I would not characterize it the way that you characterize it, that there is no threat. The letter...
just for the record, I am just citing a column.
Yes, sir. But yeah, that's why I don't think I can characterize this letter as the same as how the writer characterized the letter. But this is full of hope. This is full of support. It mentions the the benefits that we will get. Ito nga, for example, there's a sentence here. The Philippines, for example, will now be able to export canned tuna to Japan at a preferential rate, even if the raw tuna is imported. So, andito pa sa letter ni Secretary.
Yes, I understand. But the letter, therefore, did not identify potential threats to the agriculture sector. Which is why, obviously, the stakeholders are concerned.
Yes.
If the DA itself does not see any threat to the entry of imported agricultural products to the country, at least did not identify potential threats.
Because the composite negotiating team, Mr. President, 30 agencies, man, composed of 30 agencies, kaya? 30 agencies. Their approach was, to really protect the agricultural sector, come up with an exclusion list of the sensitive and highly sensitive products, and then limit the concessions or the improved tariff rates to 33 tariff lines.
Yes.
Total volume daw is 0.8% of our total imports.
I will assume that perhaps precisely because of that exclusion, the DA therefore felt that threats to the stakeholders had been addressed because of the exclusion. Is that not right? I mean, I would like to think that that is probably
especially those who are involved in the production of those in the exclusion list, Mr. President. Kasi I think yun yata yung purpose, di ba? The real purpose is really to exclude outright so that do not worry about commitments in tariff reduction because protected pa rin, same rule, same pa rin. So,
Yes.
that's the idea, sir.
Mr. President, is there a representative from the DA in your panel?
Yes, this is
That's good. Because,
Secretary.
for example, moving forward, would it not be advisable, as a matter of policy, that tariffs collected, similar to the rice tariffication measure, that the tariffs collected, rather than going to the national treasury, for example, in terms of agriculture imports, by way of law, because this will require legislation, would now go to the sectors affected. For example, there was a bill by Senator Villar on the livestock industry, wherein tariffs collected for imports of pork, imports of beef, a portion of that should be earmarked for support for the livestock industry.
Suggestion nila yan, sir. Sinasuggest nila yung collection sa baboy.
Those are good ideas, Mr. President. And in my briefings, I think the DA even mentioned those pending bills. And the livestock, it's not the livestock development
Yes.
bill, yes, mentioned by Senator Pangilinan. So in my briefing, they mentioned that, and they're supportive of that,
Yes.
Mr. President.
And that's why I go back to the earlier point that I raised, that perhaps we should allow the incoming administration to put in place their legislative agenda, for example,
Yes.
to address these concerns of the agriculture sector, not just for livestock, for vegetables, for, of course, rice tariffication measure is already there.
Yes, sir.
To prepare the industry and be able to compete, because they now have the necessary government funding and support to beef up and increase their competitiveness as we face the inflow of imported goods, imported agricultural products from other countries.
We agree, Mr. President, that these long-existing or long-standing agricultural problems of the agricultural sector must be addressed by legislation, by executive action. But we want to make of record that these were not caused by RCEP or our joining RCEP. Matagal na po to. I mean, decades na po itong existing na ito.
Yes,
So,
but this is an opportunity precisely
yes.
to bring the agriculture agenda front and center.
Yes, I agree.
And therefore, call the attention of the incoming government that as we
We agree.
enter RCEP,
We
we
agree.
have to put in place
We agree.
these pieces of legislation, support. In fact, the proposal of the stakeholders is that we double the agri-budget for the coming year, so that we can provide more assistance and more support for our farmers and the agriculture sector. So that is one intervention. Another intervention is precisely legislation that will allow tariffs collected to go to the sector concerned directly, so that we can develop the industry and ensure that they have a fighting chance. To my mind, when you enter into these trade agreements with governments that are spending 3 or 4 times more in agriculture than we are we not, in a sense, what's the term? Parang isinusubo natin yung sektor natin na ang kalaban natin malalaking tangke, malalaking mga armas, habang sa atin kutsilyo lang tsaka tinidor ang panlaban ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa sektor ng agrikultura. Yun ang concern ko, Mr. President. The agriculture sector has been neglected. And this now is an opportunity for us to bring front and center the issue of food security and how we will support our agriculture sector in the light of this new economic partnership agreement. Ayaw nating mapag-iwanan tayo. Mahuhuli na naman tayo. Hindi pa kasama dyan yung pagsasaayos ng problema ng smuggling, problema ng pagpasok ng ng produktong agrikultura sa ibang bansa na hindi nababantayan. Napakaraming kinakailangan nating gawin. To my mind, there is no reason why we should not enter RCEP at a time when we are ready. Another 18 months, I hope, would be a set target, a deadline, so that government will be compelled. By June 2023, we would have put in place the following laws. We would have put in place the following budgetary support. We would have put in place the right government initiatives and with the stakeholders involved, so that we can gamely and effectively confront our trading partners when it comes to competition in the agriculture sector.
So
One last point, perhaps, just a clarification.
May I respond first, sir?
Yes, please,
Okay,
go ahead.
my response would be, number one, ang pagsali natin sa RCEP hindi magiging hadlang sa passage or the pursuit of the legislative agenda mentioned by Your Honor. Pwede yun. We are under RCEP and yet pass all of those laws. And then we made sure, sir, that our agricultural sector cannot be exploited, even if how much budget the other countries pour into their agricultural sector. We only opened up 33 tariff lines. RCEP is not responsible for their massive penetration into the Philippine market, because that is our only concession as far as the agricultural sector is concerned. 33 tariff lines. Yun lang po yun. Yun lang po yung ating concession sa kanila. So, 17 are for raw materials, 8 are for inputs. So, si local manufacturer pa, expectation pa natin, si consumer natin ang magbe-benefit, bababa yung final price of the product. And then only 8 tariff lines are final goods.
My understanding also, and this is my last point, that for the first 8 years, the RCEP tarification will be pegged at 15%. Is that correct? And that after the 8th year, we can now provide additional remedies such as the WTO. Tama ba yun?
Ano yun? Majority of? Ano yun? Akala ko 33 lang yung ating ginalaw. Let me get the question correctly,
this is
sir.
safeguard measures. This is another topic, sorry. My understanding is that for the first 8 years, the cap on additional tariffs that can be imposed is 15% for products that will be imported, that will come in. And only after the 8th year can we avail of the remedy of the WTO tariffs, which have no cap.
No, sir. Available anytime on WTO trade remedies. RCEP safeguards is available. Baka yung 8 years na yun, sir, 8 years after yung last mo na reduction. May last 8 ka pa. That's the transitional safeguard.
RCEP yan.
Just to point out.
Yes, sir. WTO remedies are available immediately, anytime. There's a mention of 8 years, but that is that's an
Transitional 8 years from the last reduction, sir.
Okay. From the last reduction of the tariff made under the RCEP, you have an additional 8 years to avail of the RCEP transitional safeguard measure. So that's the technical answer.
But as was earlier explained, the country can choose
Yes,
which
sir.
safeguard measures.
Yes, sir.
Just to place on record that while there is a cap for RCEP, there is no cap for the WTO. In fact, you can put 50% tariff, or you can put 75% tariff, whereas the RCEP places it at 15%.
May cap sa RCEP.
Okay.
Pag RCEP safeguard, may cap.
RCEP safeguard may
Yes.
cap. WTO, no cap.
Yes, yes. And just to place on record, the cap for safeguards in RCEP is 15%.
Tama ba?
No.
That's it.
The cap is the tariff rate on
The rate, yes.
entry into force of
Yes.
that particular tariff line of RCEP, or the last applied rate when you impose the RCEP safeguard measure.
Okay, so hindi yung 15%, but there's a cap. Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
we'll have to repeat the word for word the answer of RCEP so as not to be mistaken. Dalawa yan eh. Dalawa yan eh. So, okay. So, the cap, this is now the cap. Kasi yung increase, di ba? The increase of the rate of customs duty on the originating good to a level not to exceed the lesser of, one, the most favored nation applied rate of customs duty in effect on the day when the transitional RCEP safeguard measure is applied, or number two, the most favored nation applied rate of customs duty in effect on the day immediately preceding the date of entry into force of this agreement for that party.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. President, I have no other questions. Just to place on record that, again, I will reiterate, we have an incoming government. It has expressed its concern about being able to review RCEP. We believe that government intervention for the agriculture sector is critical for us to be able to ensure that our entry into RCEP will not undermine our agriculture sector and will not further weaken our local manufacturers, our local producers, our farmers, and our fisherfolk. And having said that, we are in favor of entering into this agreement. It is just a matter of being able to ensure that we put in place the necessary interventions, particularly in the agriculture sector, to provide them the support that they need from government so that we can really compete with the giants, the agriculture powerhouses in the partnership. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, for the time allotted for answering my questions. Maraming salamat.
thank you, sir. But instead of reading the programs of the DA, this is what we will do, Mr. President. We will give all senators a copy of the document handed this representation by the DA on their programs. There is even a program called National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan 2021 to 2030. So I will just furnish a copy to all senators, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Commitment natin yun.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Majority Leader.
There's a lot more members of the Senate who wish to interpolate, but we'll do that at perhaps probably tomorrow, Mr. President. So I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Resolution number.
Excuse me, before we suspend. We should do it tomorrow, not probably tomorrow. Because if we don't do it tomorrow, wala na.
You want to remove the word probably?
Probably, yes, sir.
Sige.
Yes,
He
sir.
wants to remove the probably, Mr. President, but
All right, we will take it up
We
tomorrow.
will take it up tomorrow.
Okay.
and probably we will have the votes. Probably, Mr. President. Anyway,
Okay.
Mr. President, yes, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Resolution number 963 under
Any-
Committee Report number 403. I so move,
Hearing
Mr.
no
President.
objection, the resolution's consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a member wishes to avail of the privileged hour. I move to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard Gordon, for his privileged speech. Mr. President.
Senator Richard Gordon, Chairman of the Committee on Justice and Blue Ribbon, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone on the floor. I stand here to speak, not to antagonize anybody, Mr. President. I just want to make my prefatory remarks, but rather in accordance with my conscience and duty. If I offend anyone in advance, I will ask that you please accept my apologies and accept the fact that despite the dangers and concerns by my family, I abide by my conscience and duty to our country. Mr. President, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege as the chairperson of the Blue Ribbon Committee. I inform the public of our findings of these matters of public interest investigated through 18 hearings throughout 7 months detailed in our report, and I move that our draft report and its attachments be inserted into the Senate's records. It is our duty to the Filipino people in these matters. A, of transcendental importance amounting to at least 1.1 billion pesos or 11 billion pesos of the people's money, and B, of the integrity, dignity, and independence of the Senate. From the very beginning, Mr. President, I never asked to be given the position of the Blue Ribbon Committee. I think the former Senate President, Coco Pimentel, as well as the current Senate President, our esteemed colleague, Senate President Soto, is aware that I did not ask for any committee, that it was handed to me. I never asked for it, and I took it out of duty, knowing that you need a lawyer in the Committee on Blue Ribbon. The Senate of the Philippines basically has two constitutionally assigned functions, Mr. President: lawmaking and two, oversight. And in pursuit of the latter, our rules created the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, called the Blue Ribbon, which is tasked to make findings or judgments, if you will, and it is very unique. It is the only committee that can do that in the Congress, tasked to have judgments on malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance committed by public officers and their cohorts or accomplices, e.g. those in the private sector. Therefore, the Senate is accountable to the people, to report on its findings and to tell the people what we have done in this investigation. We owe them no less, Mr. President. Our findings or recommendations are of great persuasive nature, especially when seen in the light of the convictions of former Commissioners Argusino and Robles of the Bureau of Immigration, and the filing of criminal cases and eventual detention of the accused in the drug cases that we had previously investigated. In fact, Mr. President, your committee is the only committee in the whole history of Congress that has managed to get people locked up in jail for life. For this particular investigation on Farmally, we owe it to our constituents, the people of this republic, whether or not we are in favor of the draft partial committee report. Our mandates command us no less. At the onset, I was touched by our healthcare workers, Mr. President. Their plight was really in a very sad situation at the time. And they, the healthcare workers, despite being our frontliners, had to plead in the midst of the pandemic with the government just so they could receive the salaries, benefits, and allowances that were due to them, as they and their patients were dying or were getting sick. This was the original impetus for the hearings. I was joined there by Senator Pimentel, Senator Pangilinan, and Senator Hontiveros, and Senator Drilon, if I'm not mistaken. We succeeded in passing Republic Act number 11713. That would be what we call the resulting legislation out of that investigation, Mr. President. The Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances for Healthcare Workers Act, which became law in April 2022, Mr. President. But in our investigation, further led us to a clear and disconcerting and evidence-based findings of fraud, waste, and abuse pursuant to the report of the Commission on Audit. When we went further down that rabbit hole, the executive viciously attacked COA and the Senate. Since then, the issues of grave importance, such as the separation of powers among the great branches of government, the right of the Senate to exercise its oversight functions, and the right of the public to know, arose, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, in connection with this, James Madison, former President of the United States and one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, in Federalist number 58, 1788, said, "An elective despotism was not the government we fought for, but one in which the powers of government should not be so divided and balanced among the several bodies of magistracy, as that no one could transcend their legal limits without being effectively checked and restrained by the other. Yung pong ating gobyerno ay talagang hinati na tatlong hanay para hindi mag-aabuso yung isa sa isa't isa. Ayan po ang tinatawag na balance of power or the distribution of governance power, governmental powers. Judiciously exercising our oversight powers, your committee, the Blue Ribbon Committee, motu proprio and with several resolutions, launched this investigation, circulated its report, and has been following up with senators for their signatures signifying their votes. Our latest letter thereto is dated 20 May 22. I have a copy here right now, Mr. President, and I'm attaching this as part of the record. I look forward to clarity on the respective positive or negative responses of our senators. I even look at the possibility that they may say they will dissent, or they will amend, or they will interpolate, which has been the practice. The senators are representatives of the people and who possess a national constituency. We require our fellow senators' votes so we can bring formally to the plenary. If you are voting for or against our report, let us make it clear in the record. Unang-una po, ang Senate Blue Ribbon Committee ay talagang yan lamang ang tanging committee na binigyan ng napakalaking kapangyarihan para palabasin ang malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. At kailangan magkaroon tayo ng closure dyan. The reading and inclusion of any document in the record of the Senate as well, by the way, in the journal, may be ordered upon request of a senator after his brief explanation of the object of his request, which is what I'm doing right now, Mr. President. The Senate's full disclosure on the primarily plunder controversy achieves closure for our people. I am doing this as chairman and a chairman in a quandary. I respect my fellow members. I do not try to antagonize them or badmouth them. I respect the Filipino people. But we cannot shirk from our responsibilities or our duty to act on a committee report by not signing it, either in agreement or disagreement. And by doing so, we bring it to the plenary where it can be debated, Mr. President. Pwedeng pagdebatihan yan. Diyan natin marinig kung ano talaga ang mga naging posisyon natin. The people of this country should not be denied a judgment or at the very least a debate on whether there was malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance. Hindi natin dapat ipagkait kung paano tayo nakarating dito sa inabot nating desisyon ng Kongreso. Otherwise, why create a committee if we cannot decide? If we cannot even show how we voted, Mr. President? The Blue Ribbon found acts, omissions, and evidence tantamount to violations of law of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act and clear malevolent acts of favoritism leading to prejudice against our people at the most challenging chapter of our nation's history, an international pandemic. Dastardly acts informally were done with impunity. One of the questions now, therefore, is what must be done with PSDBM, Yusek Lau, Mr. Leong, who is now Deputy Ombudsman, and Mr. Michael Yang, and the others who are part and parcel of this investigation. We recommend prosecution against them based on the unearthed facts and laws. That has been done in the committee report. First among such persons are Michael Yang and Lin Wei Xiong. They are business partners who practically finance and organize the operations of Farmily. We know Farmily as a severely undercapitalized corporation. Wala akong sapat na kapital. Sapagkat ang kapital po nila ay 650,000 pesos lamang. And seriously lacking in the requisite legal and technical qualifications. They are really mere agents to secure government contracts worth 11 billion pesos. Makin nyo, napakaswerte naman po nito. Siguro, kahit sino dito makakapag-raise sa 650,000, ang kailangan lang i-collection para makakuha ng 11 billion pesos of contracts. Eh ngayon, naghihikaos tayo para makautang at makahiram ng pera para madala natin ang ating bansa sa pagkaayos. These two, Michael Yang and Lin Wei Xiong, had also been in the past implicated in the illegal drug trade. Michael Yang and Lin Wei Xiong are nationals of a country that has seized, occupied, developed, and militarized parts of Philippine territory. They are not citizens of the Philippines. And prevent our fishermen from fishing in our own exclusive economic zone, among other repetitive and continuing illegal and immoral acts of bullying. The wife of Lin Wei Xiong, Rose Nono Lim, even ran for a congressional seat in Quezon City and was accused of massive boat buying, probably financed by her husband's, and her husband's partner's illegal activities. On many years, they did not even pay taxes. And when they did pay, they paid only a few thousands. From businesses commenced in Davao in 1999, Michael Yang only began paying income taxes in 2018, and as of 2021, had only paid 191,600 in total, consisting of 7,600 pesos in 2018. Yun lang po ang binayad na tax. 110,000 in 2019, and in 2020, 74,000 for a total of 191,600. Para mga linta, acting like leeches, they suck the blood out from all of us. Nagpalaki sila. They fattening themselves without even giving back to our country and its people who have welcomed them here. Their plunder was truly phenomenal, perfidious, unprecedented. They cannot be allowed to sojourn here any longer. Dapat dinideport yan pagkatapos mahusgahan. Expedited proceedings must now be initiated for these persons' removals. Pero wala pa ata ako narinig o nakikita na ginagawa ng ating gobyerno. In fine, our hearings, the testimony heard, and the documents collated all point to Mr. Yang Hongmin, aka Michael Yang, as the one who not only financed and operated, but given his tremendous influence, engineered this whole odious enterprise. The nefarious scheme would not have been successful without the indispensable cooperation of public officers, who must be held accountable. Lloyd Christopher Lau, erstwhile head at Procurement Service, Department of Budget and Management, PSDBM, and Warren Rex Leong. They are subordinate of Mr. Lau and now overall, na-promote pa. Pagkatapos hindi makuha si Lau sa ombudsman, deputy, pinalatan naman ni Leong, the second highest anti-graft official of the Philippines. At yan, inamin ni Presidente, na yan ay makakatulong niya nung kampanya niya bilang presidente at nung siya ay mayor. Evidence shows that Lau confessed even to negligence in ensuring procurement of medical items at best and lowest prices from pharmaceutical products, manufacturers, and suppliers rather than persons or corporations without the appropriate legal, technical, and financial capabilities to guarantee supply to the government. Lau gave 8 to 11 billion pesos worth of government procurement contracts to Pharmaceutical Corporation, a corporation without the appropriate legal, technical, and financial qualifications required by law for procurement contracts. Malinaw po yan, kahit na emergency purchase. Evidence also shows that Liao's assistant, was procurement director of PSDBM when it gave the procurement contracts to Pharmaly. He signed documents for approval by Lau. He was in charge of requesting quotations from possible suppliers and recommending the approval of price monitoring or market survey reports, which suggested that Pharmaly submitted the lowest bids and to justify award of the contracts to Pharmaly. For example, for a 54 million peso contract for face masks under purchase order P020-001 00181-CSE on April 20, a review of the actual bid proposals of the two other companies would reveal that these were dated 15 April 2020, a day after the date of purchase order to Farmally, which is 14 April 2020. The supposed bid of two other companies, Cosmic Technologies Incorporated and Ashton Homes, used in the Price Monitor Market Survey report of DBM, were both dated the day after the purchase had already been awarded to Farmally. Talagang lokohan. Lau and Leong, public officers are clearly criminally liable under, among others, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Section 3E, Republic Act 3019, undue injury to any party, including the government, or giving any private party any unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference in the discharge of its official, administrative, or judicial functions through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross and inexcusable negligence. And Section 3G, entering on behalf of the government into any contract or transaction, manifestly and grossly disadvantageous to the same, whether or not the public officer profited or will profit thereby. PSDBM Inspection Division Officer in Charge, Jorge Mendoza, admitted to not seeing, inamin niya, and thus not inspecting the supplies personally. Instead, he just relied on documents and followed the instructions to him by his superior to simply sign the requisite documents to make it appear that supplies had actually arrived and been inspected and delivered to the PSDBM when in fact they were allegedly still en route from China. Parating pa lang, pinayagan na, pinirma na nang hindi nakita. PSDBM Inspection Officer Mervin Ian Ditang Quintic admitted to signing inspection certifications despite lack of actual inspection, citing orders from PSDBM management, particularly accounting office, for them to simply sign them. Pirmahan nyo na lang. Huwag na kayong tumingin. There are from Farmally Pharmaceutical Corporation itself other co-conspirators in allowing its corporate vehicle to become an intermediary for graft and corruption under the revised corporation code. Wang Suyan, Farmally's president, a Singapore national now, who is a fugitive from Taiwan for allegedly stealing approximately 1.2 billion pesos just a few days after he incorporated a company named Farmally in the Philippines. Lincoln Ong, a former interpreter of Michael Yang, na sa kanyang admission 80,000 lang ang kanyang sweldo, who admitted that Michael Yang was Farmally's financier. Crisel Mago, Farmally's Regulatory Affairs Manager, without a valid TIN and should be charged for perjury. Dami niyang pabalik-baliktad na ginawa. The Dargani siblings, Mohit and Twinkle, respectively the corporate secretary Mohit and the president Twinkle of Farmally, are also crucial cogs in the machines, in the corporate wheel, in the corrupt wheel. The Darganis attempted to frustrate the Senate's efforts towards uncovering the truth by, after being cited in contempt and under questioning from Senator Hontiveros and yours truly, trying to escape to Malaysia, initially to Qatar or Dubai, and when the plane broke down, to Malaysia via a chartered jet that came from Singapore and waited for them in Davao City. Ang halaga ng charter ay $151,000 at yan ay patungo sa Qatar pero ginamit rin nila patungo sa Malaysia. The Darganis thus demonstrated and remain to be serious flight risks. Kaya hanggang ngayon, nakakulong sila sa Pasay. Pinakulong ng inyong committee. If they are released sooner than June 30, then they will surely abscond and leave the Philippines. Nahuli sila sa aeroplano. Talagang sinadya at binabati ko ang ating Sergeant at Arms na siyang lumika ng pagkakataon para mahuli mga ito sa Davao City. At doon sila kumuha at gumamit pa ng pangalan na peke para makalabas. Dala-dalawang passport itong dalawang ito. Mohit Dargani failed to pay donor's tax when he admitted to giving Twinkle Dargani with a 25 million Lamborghini, Mr. President. Pero pa yung mga coach nila, Lincoln Ong, tatlong kotse na mga Porsche, Pati si Michael Yang, may Porsche. Pati si Rose Ong, ang gaganda ng kotse, may Cadillac, Escalade. At kompleto, pati pagtira doon sa tinatawag natin sa Forbes Park at saka sa Dasmariñas. Ayan po yung mga kotse, makikita natin. 13.5 million Porsche Carrera, si Lincoln Ong. This report, therefore, is an assertion of Senate independence. It is an act of the Senate that declares no more impunity. We recommend the investigation and or punishment of those responsible for this rape of our very scarce and needed coffers and needed resources. The rape of our coffers made worse because of the acts were committed at the time of great need and when the survival of our people was in peril, in the middle of a pandemic. Sa gitna ng pandemic, nakuha pa nilang gawin yan. We must exact accountability, particularly from our public servants. And that's why this report has to be signed, Mr. President. Dapat pirmahan. Sabagat tayo lang naman sa Committee ng Blue Ribbon ang pwede magsabi na may ganyang judgment. We must ensure that none of those responsible go scot-free. Our collective voices through this report can be loud enough to rouse the Ombudsman from apparent slumber or the Department of Justice. What will happen to our country and its people if nothing is done to these malefactors? Anong klaseng bayan tayo? Pinanood ng buong bansa at nakita na talagang gumawa ng katiwalian na napakalaki at kilalang-kilala ng kampanya, sila sabi sa akin lahat ng tao yan. Pero ngayon, hindi natin pipirmahan bilang senador. Accountability of public officers pa naman ang pangalan natin. Dapat each senator must be accountable to at least announce his votes or sign whether he is approving or disapproving, assenting or rejecting the report. What will happen to our country and its people if nothing is done to these malefactors? Walang closure. Ito na naman tayo. Kasi sinasabi, imbestiga na imbestiga, pero wala nangyayari. Pero ito kailangan magkaroon ng conclusion. Never again, we must shout to the highest heavens, never again. The investigation into the Farmley pandemic plunder was not without difficulty. There were thousands of documents to read and many more were refused to be handed over. Numerous pieces of testimony to understand and distill. Napakahirap. Madulas yung mga testigo. Lying witnesses or resource persons, and most frustratingly, the executive's public, aggressive, and illegal acts against the Senate that were intentionally designed to prevent the Senate from having free and unimpeded access to testimony, documents, and other evidence crucial to its investigation and to the truth. Up to now, wala pang report yung Customs at saka BIR kung anong ginawa nila dito sa mga hiningi naming galaw nila. It bears emphasis that the executive prevented his cabinet and all executive department officials and employees from attending only our particular Blue Ribbon Committee hearings on Farmley and the accounting of pandemic funds. Masyado raw mahaba, keso nababastos raw sila, hindi po totoo yan. Yan po ay pawang kasi ng galingan. In fact, tayo pa ang nababastos. Ilang beses nagtataas ang boses si Mr. Lau, lalo na sa ating lady legislator, lo siya tinatanong. Moreover, the executive sought to entirely discredit the investigation and investigators. It was as if the hearings, as if the executive desperately sought to prevent one thing from coming out. And what is that? The truth, yung katotohanan. The executive to COA said on 17 August, sa COA, 17, 2021, sa umpisa pa lang, quote, "Stop that flagging. God damn it. You make a report, do not flag, and do not publish it because it will condemn the agency or the person you are flagging. What you are doing is FLOGGING, period." Close quotes. Same executive to COA said on 27 August 2021, "Huwag kayong maniwala sa mga investigasyon. Investigasyon, kita naman ninyo, walang nangyayari. Pero lang, we will investigate. Puro lang, we will investigate. We will investigate." The executive said it was he who appointed Lau. That is not disputed. To critical posts in the government even before Farmley, because he trusted the embattled former official who had previously worked with him in his 2016 campaign team and when he was city mayor. Quote, "Ano masama kung nagbayad ako ng utang," said the executive, close quotes. And with respect to Michael Yang, wala naman si Michael Yang. He has no manufacturing factory. Walang record yan. Hindi kriminal yan. The executive said on 8 September 2021. Sa kabila nito, hindi natin ma-issue yung contempt order kay Michael Yang dahil nagtatago at hindi hinuhuli. And again, the executive on 15 September 2021 during his talk to the people screamed, "Anak ka ng P or puta." Sorry, I have to say that. "Bantay ka. Bababuyin talaga kita hanggang mamatay," addressing it to the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee. The executive was also fiercely warned me that I quote, I would like to remind Senator Gordon that I will campaign against you." He did not do that. I knew he was going to campaign against me. And that is par for the course. All politicians accept that, Mr. President. I don't take it against him. Kaya lang, lumalabas na talagang medyo natataranta doon sa nangyayari sa committee. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit. Wala naman akong sinasabi. This undue interference cannot be allowed to continue, especially in the future. We have a new administration coming over, a new Senate. The authority, powers, and prerogatives of the Senate are constitutionally granted. The Blue Ribbon Committee is invested with power and duty to investigate cases of malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance committed by public officers. This has been the very basis of our authority for calling the motu proprio investigations on family. It is our sacred duty to defend the truth, to ferret out the truth, and above all, to defend the Senate as a co-equal branch of government. Those things said, I urge all of our members here, to continue to ensure that the Senate remains independent, to remain resistant and free from undue constraints imposed by the executive, and to remain the bastion of the rule of law. After all, is it not true that a central precept of our government structure is that the Philippine Senate is independent? For their support, solidarity, and principled stand, I thank the people who have signed, the senators who have signed so far. Senate Minority Leader Franklin Drilon, Senator Pampilo Ping Lacson. I think he will propose amendments as well, and this could have been done by the other senators who did not sign. Senator Emmanuel Pacquiao, without reservations. Senator Leila de Lima, Senator Aquilino Martin Coco Pimentel III. Senator Kiko Pangilinan, who made reservations to interpolate. Senator Risa Ontiveros Barakel, who made reservations as well. And Senate President Pro Tempore Ralph G. Recto only a few days ago, as promised, signed, and that he would make some amendments on the committee report. Something that I wish could be done hopefully tomorrow, so that if it is discussed, then we can debate and make amendments. Salamat din po sa napakaraming grupong nagbigay sa amin ng lakas upang ipagpatuloy ang labang ito. Hindi po laban ito. Ito ay ang ating paninindigan. Hindi laban ito. Wala naman po tayo kinakalaban. Kasama po dito ang iba't ibang haligi ng healthcare sector. Filipino Nurses United, Philippine College of Physicians, Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, Philippine Neurological Association, Philippine Pediatric Society, Makati Medical Center, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Philippine Bar Association, the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, Child Rights Network, Bishops Businessmen Conference, Investment Houses Association of the Philippines, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Judicial Reform Initiative, Management Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, Shareholders Association of the Philippines, the Ateneo de Manila University, Ateneo de Naga University, Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan, De La Salle University, Shape Up, Defeat COVID-19, Wilson's Policy Center, UP College of Law, Class of 1972, De La Salle University, again, College of Law, St. Paul University, Manila, San Beda University High School, 1962, graduates, nakaklase po ng ating Pangulo yon. And at Ateneo de Manila University High School alumni groups of classes 1957, 61, and 1965. Again, I respectfully move that the report I circulated for signatures and which had garnered 9 signatures be inserted into the records of the Senate. To allow future generations to read and judge for themselves what we had done, in order to recommend the punishment of those responsible for the billions of pesos mess, and hopefully to even recover the money that has been stolen from our country. We have a responsibility to let the public know how we voted to protect the Senate and the integrity of its proceedings. Otherwise, why would we still call ourselves senators if we cannot reveal our position and cannot justify our positions? This is the forum of the people. This is the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines. Here, we can debate, we can admit, we can reject, and we can take our positions. And the people can listen to these positions so that they will be guided accordingly. We are all in the pursuit of truth. Katotohanan lamang po. Fighting all the time for a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Let us give hope to our law-abiding citizens that there is still meaning in choosing what is moral, what is lawful, what is just, and what is right. Tandaan po natin, ito ay ginawa nung panahon ng talagang pandemic na nakakatakot na maraming namamatay. Let history and more importantly, the sovereign Filipino people ultimately be our judges. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Yan po ang aking report at kung maaari, sana mahikayat natin pumirma pa yung gustong pumirma. Binigay ko lang kay Senator Gatchalian kanina yung gusto niya rin basahin. At kung yun ay magagawa, pwede pa natin pagdiskusyan yan bukas. At kung di naman, again, I reiterate my motion to insert the record and its attachment for the record, our draft report, and its attachments be inserted into the Senate records, including this speech. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and God bless the Republic of the Philippines.
Yes, there is no objection. The motion is approved, and therefore we place on record all the manifestation made by the gentleman from Zambales.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think it's a very good step, and I hope that in the future we can all learn from this very sad experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to put on record that this representation is not a member of the committee, but if I be given a chance to sign that committee report and discuss it on the floor, Mr. President, whether I would agree or dissent, Mr. President, I would join the distinguished gentleman from Zambales. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, June 1, 2022. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, June 1st, 2022.